MeWe.com. And I just got to do a quick look-see at the 3 networks I broadcast to and make sure the stream comes up and that it's muted. Okay. Where is the thingamajigger? Oh, there it is. All right. And then is this all ready? Oh, okay. Oh, looks like everything's already set. Nice. Looks like we're good to go. Hello, everyone. Hello. Thank you for coming. Welcome to WyzGyz Entertainment. This is your host, Wyman. We are joined today by very special guest, Drew. Is it pronounced Krevi?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, awesome.
Perfect. Yeah.
Fantastic. Check out this book, Island 19, A Tale of the Bermuda Triangle. Man, this looks like a trip. Looks like a lot of fun and adventure. Before we get into the your book, I wanted to start by asking if you'd like take a moment and go into kind of your origin story, if you will.
Okay.
How did you come to find yourself making an independent book, comic book?
Well, I've worked in a lot of different industries in art and animation. I came from originally the video game industry, and it was a lot of fun. I learned how to animate in that business, and I'm from the original days back when I actually started making the Sega Genesis games.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like which one?
I did a lot of sports games early on. Also, I worked on a Looney Tunes game. It's called Desert Demolition. I worked on a Spider-Man game, and I worked on a lot of baseball, some football, and so I've done a lot of different things, and mostly as an animator and concept artist. And back in those days, we were hand animating mostly on a light table, and I got to draw Daffy Duck getting his beak shot off and it's spinning around his face. It's just nice. It's just stuff you're not going to see today, you know. Oh, yeah. And so that's kind of where I started, and I kind of taught myself how to animate in that industry. I came out of college, barely any computers at all back in 1992 when I graduated, and it was a real learning experience. Sitting down in front of the computer for the first time was at work for me. I mean, I messed around with one in the art department, like their office. They had a computer that the secretary was using, and we all tried to get in there and use their Photoshop, the very first Photoshop.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious. And then I was working on my little 286 as an animator, and that was it. I was a professional animator.
Damn, the render times on a 286.
Oh, well, remember, there was only 16-bit. We had 16 colors to work with. That was what our palette was, and the characters were like either 48 to 52 pixels high. And I worked at a software company called Blue Sky Software, not to be confused with the Blue Sky Animation. But we made some real popular games of the day. I don't know if I didn't work on all of them, but like Vector Man, I don't know if you remember that. And we did a Jurassic Park game that they finished right when I was getting there, and it was a thrill. It was all new, and it's not anything. You know, when you're a kid growing up in the 80s, you're not thinking, "Oh, I'm going to get into video games," because I remember when they called me and they said, "Well, we're looking for artists at this software company for video games." I'm like, "What's the art? You know, what are you doing?" It's just pixels. Like, I was playing at the time. I was playing Tecmo Bowl with my college friends, on the Sega Genesis, and I was like, "You mean they have artists making this?" I didn't even realize that it was split up between artists and programmers until I got in there, and so it was really a fun time though to get into the industry because everything was new.
Oh my God!
Yeah, all this stuff was happening, and then about 2 or 3 years later, we were all into 3D, and I was a 3D animator.
Dang!
Yeah. And so I was animating in Lightwave. You guys, have you ever heard of that one?
No, not familiar with that one.
Yeah, that was one of the earlier 3D package programs that they had. And it was actually what they used to do all the special effects for Titanic. And so early on, it was bigger in Hollywood. They never made a transition to make it compatible for video games. Our programmers had a really hard time working with the Lightwave and their 3D engines, those early 3D engines for those early PlayStation games. So it didn't really cross over, but everyone was jumping onto Studio Max in those days, and then onto Maya. So, and that was the last thing I was animating in was Maya. So
now,
we did a lot of that. Yeah.
Was that before or during the Avid workstations?
Oh boy, that was all before, like all the animation we were doing, like on those 286s, was definitely before that. And then, yeah. But we didn't use that. We were just trying to keep up with technology. And when you're working on sports games like I did, you only had that 1 year development cycle because you come out every year. You have to come out with a brand new title. Like we started out. Yeah. And so you don't have much time to really look at technology and make things as good as you can until all of a sudden you're looking at the next platform. Like it'd be PlayStation 2, and then you gotta make the game that much hardier and beefier. And then PlayStation 3 and 4 and Xbox 2, or 360, I guess it was. And so you had to keep up with technology, come out with a game every year. And really it was more like 10 to 11 months is what you had to work on it with. So it was fun. And in the Sega Genesis days, there really wasn't that much work to do because, the memory was so small. You just couldn't fit that much in the game. So it was a lot of fun and easy work, and you're drawing pictures and you're animating. And then we got into the 3D and the bigger 3D engine games where we had to cram a bunch more artwork into the games, animation and backgrounds and the characters. And we went from hierarchy animation, which is like boxes connected to each other. You remember those early 3D games that looked terrible, to the next step and the next step and the next step, and everything got better and better. And so being in the industry at that time was actually a lot of fun for me because it was you're learning everything new and everything's changing, and it just definitely wasn't boring. That's for sure. But I've been at it for 10 years now.
So did you actually work for Sega all that time?
Yeah, actually, we were an independent studio. Sega bought us. They actually bought our studio. And so I was actually an employee of Sega for about a year and a half or so. And then what they did, it was kind of interesting. They made a bad move going from the Sega Genesis to the new 32X is called like the Mars system. And what happened, that was right when the PlayStation came out. So they were trying to create an in-between. They thought people weren't going to buy at the time, $200-$300, whatever the PlayStation was when it came out. They didn't think people were going to buy that. And they didn't have a 3D engine platform. And so our studio was left making these games for this new in-between Sega Mars platform that just didn't go anywhere. And so everybody left our studio. It went over to the Sony studio, and that's what happened to that company. But Sega made a big mistake. So it was a bad scene for Sega. Yeah.
Well, is that also around the time when the Dreamcast was released?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I don't think that really did well at all, did it? I mean, I barely remember the name of it.
I think the only thing that was truly driving the Dreamcast was if I remember correctly, Shenmue, or that super realistic for the time game that was like set in Japan, I believe, and it had so much attention to detail that you could actually interact with vending machines, put in a coin, and then a can of soda or something would pop out.
Oh, wow.
And then there was another game that was, I'm told, I didn't actually invest in the Sega systems, but there was this other game that was kind of bizarre where you were like this humanoid character, and I guess you became a fish or something, but it delved into all kinds of, it was all about exploration. And it was kind of, in its own way, ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Because of the type of content it was. It wasn't it wasn't a shoot 'em up. It wasn't like a platformer. It was kind of on the cutting edge of quote unquote 3D imagery.
Yeah.
So yeah, I actually, I was more a consumer of the gaming movement. I went from Atari Pong, you know, the the little set with the two dials that you plug directly in the back of the TV.
Yeah, I played that.
I went to Intellivision, then Intellivision 2, then Nintendo 8-bit NES, to PlayStation 2 and Atari Jaguar. And then I stopped at Atari Jaguar.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, you've got extensive gaming experience. The closest I got to being in the game industry was working for this company called Computer Curriculum Corporation, and it was like educational children's game kind of stuff, where you mapped out. You did like, I guess you might describe what I did as kind of like storyboarding. So it was a lot of fun. Hey, welcome, Christopher John. Hey guys, sorry I can't stay. I'm at work, but I'm definitely getting this book. I'll see you later.
Hey, thanks, Christopher. Thank you.
Right. Go on Fragaboom stream later. Yeah. There's another stream. I don't know if I'll be able to catch it in time, but it turns out. Have you been on Shay's stream yet? Red Belt?
I actually contacted me and asked me when a good time was, and we're going to do it Saturday.
Sweet.
So, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to have a blast on her stream. I love Red Valkyrie. And her co-host Sai is back in town, so that's great.
Oh, good.
Yeah. She, if you haven't already learned, tries to do a cosplay of a character from your book.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I love her. Awesome. I love her to death. She's awesome.
Yeah, I watched her interview Jason Brubaker, and she had a whole black and white theme, and because his book is going to be black and white, and it was really cool. She did a great job with it, so I'm looking forward to that. Definitely.
Oh yeah, you're going to have a blast there. And of course, I love Fragaboom. He's doing his Fragtober, draw a new. It's like draw the word of the day every day in October. So yeah, he's really cool. If you get a chance, well, have you promoted your stuff on his channel?
No, not there yet. I'll definitely be checking him out though. Yesterday I talked to Michael Bancroft.
All right. Oh, nice. Good.
Yeah, and then I talked to Critical Blast about a week and a half ago.
Cool.
And they're great. I'm just loving the indie comics community. Everyone's so helpful.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, and everyone's great. And everyone's lifting each other up and helping each other. And it's a great community. And I'm so glad I discovered it. I wish I would have discovered it before I launched. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it is growing exponentially. Yeah, it's freaking amazing and very inspirational. I mean, it's the fact that it was growing so fast, and it got me excited about comics again. That inspired me to start a channel to help promote these books.
Yeah.
I don't, have an IP, a book on Indiegogo that I'm ready to release myself, but down the road, once I've built up my audience more and put more effort in getting more practice in, because I'm rusty, I'll eventually do Indiegogo myself. But it's one of those things that I had kind of taken a break or been on hiatus from the mainstream comic book industry since the 80s.
Yeah.
And I hadn't really, I started seeing in the news and pop culture how the direction Marvel and DC were going in their storytelling and their character creation, and it's really dragging me down.
Yeah.
So I didn't get back into comics until this ComicsGate, organic movement started in like 2016.
Yeah.
I technically didn't start until 2019 when I first heard about it.
Yeah.
But I got so jazzed about it, I just eventually created this YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you did.
I just thoroughly love it. And I love promoting CG books and their creators and getting to know the creators more and what their background is. So you've been in gaming for a number of years. How did you transition from gaming to comics?
Well, I actually transitioned into freelancing for children's publishers right after after the 2008, 2009, after everybody was getting laid off. I got laid off from the industry, but fortunately I had some freelance for this local publisher here in the Ventura County area. And it was this sort of it's called Gospel Light. They don't exist anymore, but they were doing a lot of children's publishing for like VBS, Vacation Bible School, and I did some posters and books and story art and a lot of stuff. They create and print a lot of different materials for a curriculum, and so they kept me busy like a full-time job for about 4 or 5 years.
Oh, wow.
And then after they kind of went under, I did some more work for other publishers. I did another book for group publishing, and then I did just recently I did 5 books for. These are children's picture books. You look at my style and you'll see, okay, I can see how he did children's picture books.
Yeah.
But it was what they did is I did these 5 books for Hendrix and Rose kids is what that one was called, and they were great. But also in between that time as a freelancer, I did a lot of product development for this Disney sculptor named Bob Oshevsky, and so I learned the whole product development side of art and illustration, and I got to do some product, including Star Wars product that I got to design to be sold exclusively at Disneyland with Bob Oshevsky. This is a
hold on. Wrong button.
This is a Bob Oshevsky thing I did for him, and that was a lot of fun.
So
he design a few things.
Was that supposed to be? Is that like a container to hold stuff in?
It's like a. We call them paperclip box, but it's his line of product called heirloom boxes.
Oh, okay.
And so we did. This is a Maleficent.
Oh, wow.
And I did like a Yoda one. Oh, here's the Haunted Mansion.
Oh my gosh, the Haunted Mansion.
These are cool. Yeah, you could see some intricate detail if this was a high risk kind of deal. But that was a lot of fun. I worked on many of his products, and if you're a collector of miniatures, he's kind of famous in that world. You go to Disneyland, he'll sign your work, your pieces if you bring them up and stuff. So that was a great experience for me. I worked for him for about 4 or 5 years, and I always told him, I said, Bob, I would have been paying you for this education, because I would sit with him and we'd go over the designs of some of his products, and I learned so much from him. And so when I got to Indiegogo to see all the other swag that they're giving away or that are part of the perks, I thought, holy cow, this is right up my alley. Comics and the merchandise. You know,
Yeah.
I love designing it. There's stuff, and I created stuff for those perks that I just really want myself. So I started doing there's some patches and stuff. Anyways, we'll get into that stuff later. But the idea is that it was so like inspiring, like you said, that the whole story of ComicsGate, Ethan Van Sciver's whole story was, as a guy like me, I'm an old conservative guy, and I know his story about being canceled simply because he just disagrees with the way other people vote. I mean, what's happened to the country? You know, what's going on?
No doubt.
And I'm not even that vocal about politics. I just go to work and, you know, do my thing. And but it just was so infuriating to hear his story, but also inspirational to see him come back and to do so well, to have that big, huge, 1.2, something like that. He had the huge book he had, and it's so great to see that, and inspiring, really, that the whole indie community supported him so much. And I mean, he's a great artist, you know, no doubt about it. I knew who he was before, you know, from his Green Lantern work, and so it was just great to see, you know, to see that happen. And so that's why I jumped in on ComicsGate. I thought,
oh yeah,
I would be canceled if I was in that industry. So I know I'd be canceled. So I feel like a brother. So that's how I feel about it.
Right on. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So this is your first campaign, huh?
Yeah. Like I say, it was really inspiring to see what was happening and all the other members of ComicsGate and a lot of just the other independent developers. I thought, I know my style is not traditional comic book style. As a comic collector and fan myself, we don't see a lot of this. But I thought, you know, the indie comics world is kind of the place to do something experimental and to run with that and try to show a story in a way that where you could take some risks, being that the story itself is kind of interwoven with the style. The style is supposed to make you think of something familiar, and I thought that would be helpful in telling the story. It's a story I've had in mind for many years, kind of rolling around in my head, and it's kind of changed here and there. But really, since the days of when I was working at that software company early on, they asked us to. They called everybody into the conference room. They said, "Okay, we got an empty square coming up. Let's everybody come in tomorrow with an idea for a great video game." And so I came back with an idea. It was not anything like it is now, but it was about a World War II fighter pilot who goes down over a mysterious island, and then he's got to face a bunch of, you know, puzzles and enemies and boss fights, that kind of stuff. Typical video game kind of thing. It wasn't what this is now. This is completely different. But I found a way to take that sort of that germ, that seed, and run with it and turn it into a story that I think kind of dips into many different areas of popular culture, like the Bermuda Triangle. I love those stories, you know, and I love the story of Flight 19 is what it's based on, the true events.
Oh.
A lot of people know about that one. Yeah, Flight 19 that went missing in 1945, and that story has always sparked my imagination. You know, what happened to those guys? Where did they end up? And it's one of those famous Bermuda Triangle stories. And so I thought I would start with that. And what that did is it helped me come to the conclusion that all of the characters that will be on this island, which I'm not giving anything away here. It turns out to be a sort of depository for people and things and items of antiquity throughout history, where they end up on this island. And one of the ways to the island is through the Bermuda Triangle and some of those crazy electrical storms you hear about.
Right.
the other phenomenon that you hear about surrounding that area. So all the characters that are there, all the characters that the captain runs into, they all have a story that's actually based in real life that got them to the island. And so even the Nazis, and there's another group of castaways there. There's pirates that are there that also found their way through the Bermuda Triangle. They've all got stories that are based in real life that I think will be kind of fun to unravel. And I was talking the other night about what makes movies or books or comics interesting to me. And that's when there's I like these fantastic stories, right? I mean, I like comics. And so I like to take that fantastic element of this mysterious or magical island mixed with something real. So you can kind of base it on something real. Like the great thing about Raiders of the Lost Ark, for example, was that the Ark of the Covenant was a real thing. It really existed and people really believe in it. So it made that MacGuffin extra special in that I remember leaving the theater. I was, 11, 12 years old when that came out. I had no idea what the Ark of the Covenant was, but I knew it was real. And I asked my mom, was that thing real? What is that? She's like, it's real. It's real. I don't know what it is. I didn't go to church or anything. I didn't know anything about it, but it made me want to look it up, and I did. And I tried to find out exactly what it was. And it made the movie that much more thrilling, and it made the stakes that much more higher because it was based on something real. And then you see what happened in the next movie they did. They made a mistake, and they used like those 3 rocks or whatever they were. They weren't something that, and maybe they're real in Indian culture perhaps, but in Temple of Doom, the item they were chasing wasn't as grandiose. It made their valley, get some rain or something. I can't remember what it did. It wasn't as thrilling as the Ark of the Covenant, and the
right,
falling out and the power of God melting heads, and which was awesome.
Yeah.
So for a 12-year-old boy, that was like the greatest thing I ever saw, Raiders of the Lost Ark. So, and I was all Star Wars. I didn't even want to see. I remember walking into that movie thinking, because I think it came out the year after, or maybe the same year as Empire Strikes Back, which just blew me away. I loved Empire.
Yeah.
And so I love that Luke got his hand cut off because I was so shocked. I was like, no way. He totally cut his hand off. And I left that movie thinking, oh, that was awesome. So I was all into sci-fi and space and Star Wars. And then I saw this dusty trailer of Indiana Jones. I thought, oh, great. It's old time. Who cares? But then I saw that and I was just totally blown away because every second was action. So I love that element. I love the element of something real that your whole story is based on, and it makes it a little more exciting because it makes you want to research it a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was looking over the art in the preview of this, and it looks like there's some inspiration from all kinds of sources. I mean, I could be wrong, but over in the right-hand side, it kind of reminds me of that cartoon Gargoyles.
Huh?
The military aircraft and the subs kind of remind me of Sky Captain and the World of Tomorrow.
Oh, good.
The characters themselves remind me of Venture Brothers.
Okay.
So I'm digging this aircraft. It's pretty sweet, and I love the phrase. It's not what you think.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened here with the sizing, but part of it got cut off here. But you can tell what it's supposed to say still. This almost gives me Disney vibes. But yeah, this is pretty darn sweet. And when I first saw this campaign, I wasn't sure what to make of it. But as soon as I read that it involves the Bermuda Triangle, I dug it.
Cool. Yeah.
Bermuda Triangle plus Neverland. It's like, oh, this sounds intriguing. Let's go ahead and play the trailer here.
Cool.
Oh man,
Poor Adolf.
you got a Hitler type character.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's not just a type character. You'll see if you. I'm not giving anything away here because it's only a free preview. But old Hitler, his own followers weren't much of a fan of his either. They're gonna have a little fun with him and his disembodied head. So there's a bit of a running gag where Hitler is. They tried to save him by saving his head, and they attach it to various other creatures, and it's kind of a running gag. He never really becomes much of a threat, but it's really not about him. It's more his little cameos are just more for fun. So.
Welcome, hail Rosetta Allen. Hail your eagle queen bitches.
Hey,
pay attention, Wise. Yeah, I was like sucked into the trailer. Did you make that yourself?
Yeah. Actually, in Photoshop, you can actually animate some stuff. So I animated those titles.
Okay.
I made a little animation out of them, and it's kind of nice. You slide things across the screen, and then you just kind of make these keyframes, and it moves it around for you. It's not terribly difficult. It's just you can't do that much with it. It's not like After Effects or something.
Right.
But for these purposes, it was pretty much what I needed. And but what's good about the trailer is I put up. You could see the artwork without the dialogue boxes and bubbles, and so you could see a little more of it that way. And
right.
also,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And that's always the thing, is getting these dialogue bubbles to show up in the right spot so you can see everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oops. I was trying to just focus in on. It doesn't want to cooperate. It wants to keep this up. It won't let me close it. But yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, thanks.
The newspaper articles, are these based off of real articles and then you replace the images with your own work, or did you just literally make up your own newspaper copy from scratch?
No, I actually researched the real clippings that they had online, and I took them and I reworked them. I had to put they're pretty low res, so I had to redo the titles over, and then I created all that Greeking, all the fake article there, and so I based it on real actual clippings, so they look the same, but what they say is a little different, and it's all been recreated basically in Photoshop, so I could get it look a little sharper, less pixelated.
That's pretty sweet. I like that. What? I don't give a shit how you suck, darling. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right, let's see here. All right. So I don't know if you feel comfortable going over it, but it looks like you're off to a pretty good start. You're at 77% of 8,000 fixed goal, and can you go into it a little bit? How you broke out your estimated fixed goal? I mean, is it based on
Yeah.
predominantly on shipping costs? Did you factor in all the time you put into it to work on the book?
Yeah. Well, what I was thinking is I was trying to find out what it would cost for me to make the book as affordable as possible. And that's when I got to the point, and I went through looking at printers to find out how much it would cost to get so many printed. I got to the point where I could get a book printed for between $5 and $7 if I get 1,000 of them. If I get 1,000 of them printed, it's anywhere between, and I say in between $5 and $7 because they don't factor in the tax and shipping yet. When you go and you plug in the numbers and you look at their calculator and you try to get a quote from some of these printers. So what I wanted to do is be able to sell the book for no more than $25 because I'm new at this. I don't have a track record. Who's going to buy a book from a guy they don't know? You know, that kind of thing. And so I wanted to keep it affordable, and I wanted to be able to order enough books that after the campaign, maybe I can go to some of these conventions and bring the book and get a table and, you know, create some kind of a presence as a new indie creator. And so if I thought if I can get around 8,000, that I'd be able to order the 1,000 books. And it would pretty much take that much, but I don't have to get there. You know, I can order 500 books. I can order 250 books, you know. But I just would like to get to that point to keep the cost low because I really just want to, I kind of look at this first campaign as sort of my introductory into indie comics. Mm-hmm. So I can't come in here expecting to be EVS, right? I'm not going to come in here and do anything like that, and that's fine. But I would love to just say, hello, here I am, I'm Drew, and if I can get to this number, then I can get some books at a reasonable price and get them out really and create some kind of a presence in the industry. So the next one I do, people say, oh, okay, cool, I remember this guy, and then maybe, you know, things will get better for everybody there. The books will get bigger, and the books will get better. And I have a question for you. Speaking of the books and getting them printed.
Before you go into your question, I just wanted to interject real quick. Rosetta Allen says, I can't stay all broke and highly stressed. Plus, I got bit by a recluse.
Oh,
and sick as fuck. Just wanted to give you some support. I so greatly appreciate it, Rosetta. You didn't have to do that. That is so awesome and kind of you. That recluse stuff is freaking serious shit.
Yeah.
They're known for spreading flesh-eating disease, and get that taken care of immediately because that recluse spiders crap is no joke.
Oh, yeah.
That's serious shit. I appreciate your support as always. Thank you so very much. Edwin, sign up for the ACE mailing list, Acevedo. ALP, it's great to have you on, Edwin. Thanks for coming. Go ahead and shoot your question.
Yeah. And anybody listening, I'm just curious, what do you guys think of, and I know as when I was collecting, I didn't really want a book that wasn't, you know, the traditional size, that 6.75 by 10.25 right in there, size of the dimensions of the comic book. I would love, since it's, you know, the artist wants to make their work as big as possible, I'd love to get it printed actually at 8.5 by 11. I don't know how that would go over, you know, with a lot of people who are collectors. And I know it's not traditional. I was just curious what the thoughts were on that, getting something a little unusual, a little less conventional than what they're used to.
That's an interesting question. Hold on real quick here. I know it's being treated. All right, good. Good night, sweetie. Yeah, good night to you. You take care. Um, Wishing you a prompt recovery.
Yes, definitely.
That's one of the freaking things that always scared me, even more so than Black Widows.
Yeah.
Because, like, I know I have a family friend who is an avid fisherman, and he got like a barb from one of these fish he caught from a boat, and it caused a flesh-eating disease, and that was bad. So he had to have like some flesh from another part of his body uh, put on his hand or whatever to
Wow.
kind of restore the look of it. It was bad stuff.
Oh boy.
Um, dimensions. I myself, I can't speak for anyone else, but I myself am pretty open to whatever the creator envisions
Yeah.
their product. I mean, I'm obviously used to mainstream comics and the dimensions they come in, but because with the Indiegogo and ComicsGate movement, because I get books from Australia and back books from UK, they release stuff in A3 and A4 size formats. So when it comes down to it, I basically have to consider adjusting whatever my shelf space is in my bookcases to whatever the largest size book is, and then work from there.
Oh, okay.
And then maybe do like a shelf on the bottom of the largest size books, and then maybe the next size down, and then just work it. Just expect to be flexible and whatever size books come my way.
That's probably the 8.5 by 11-ish. No, that's a little bigger actually. But this classic, gosh, I've had this book for like 20 years. It's terrific. Yeah, that's even bigger, but it's unusual, I think, for the comic fan. And so I wouldn't go this big. This is more like 9 by 12 or something.
So what kind of Batman book is that?
This is like the Art of Batman, the kind of the Bruce Timm. The 90s show. And
Batman the
series. Great original concept art, and yeah, it's terrific.
Oh, all right. Oh, cool. Gives you some behind the scenes insight.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. Definitely. He explains how he got the idea and how he started it and how he pitched it, and a lot of fun. It's a good read and reference.
Yeah, Batman the animated series is renowned or highly respected, and is thought by many to be the most accurate depiction of Batman the character.
Oh yeah.
In his rogues gallery, of course.
Oh yeah. Well, they created Harley Quinn, and we got her from that series, and as well as yeah.
Right on. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So, excuse me. And you're already well on your way there. So you got 40 days left. Does that mean you started your Indiegogo campaign with a funding of 60 days?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it looked like because there's 40 days left. There's you know what? I think you actually got a backer already.
I did. Thank you, whoever did that.
That's pretty.
If you're watching.
That's pretty sweet indeed.
I'll send you a note. Thank you.
78% of the way there. That's pretty good. Yeah, it looks like you've done quite a bit of research into setting up your campaign because it looks pretty good from what I've seen so far. I was going to say, you'll find that a lot of campaigns also do approach it slightly differently in terms of running the campaign. So you've got the option of breaking up the 60 days into two 30-day stints of funding.
Yeah.
So, in other words, you do a lot. Well, actually, nowadays, a lot of people are now opting to do a pre-launch first, so you can build yourself a mailing list of potential backers.
Yeah.
And then you do that for however long you do that before you're ready to formally launch. And then you launch your first 30 days of funding. You you get that initial bout of excitement at the beginning when the campaign first opens, and you see all these fresh, brand new tiers. And then there's kind of a lull until the end of the first 30 days. And then there's like another little spike of interest as you're getting ready to close the first 30 days of funding. And then it extends to another 30 days of funding. So you get the initial fanfare again, and then there's a lull. And then towards the end of the second 30 days of funding, then you get another spike of interest.
Yeah.
And then, as you might imagine, a lot of people, especially those, because Indiegogo has this feature, you have what's called in demand, where if you have become fully funded by the end of your funding stage, then you're eligible for in demand and can basically have kind of the equivalent of an online store, like an eBay store, where you continue to make the book available for people to catch it later. Let's say either people didn't hear about your campaign until funding ended, or they simply didn't have the funds to back you during the funding stage when it was live. Then they have an opportunity in the in-demand stage to back you. And that's proven very helpful for a lot of campaigns, especially first-time campaigns, such as yours. So I don't know if you've already thought about that, about going in demand.
Yeah, actually, there was an option for me when I was signing up, and it asked, and I said, sure. Why wouldn't I continue? And that's definitely, I'm definitely have the in demand setup that it's going to kick into right after the campaign ends. So
nice.
Those perks will be available definitely.
Yeah. Our goal right now is to get you fully funded, so that we clear that hurdle. Yeah. And get, the thing about, again, in demand is a feature that's only available on Indiegogo and not on Kickstarter,
right?
The competitor, and the benefit to getting fully funded as soon as possible is that Indiegogo gives you added promotional support. It puts you on the recommended or hot list, if you will. I want to take a moment to say, hail, Sky Lizard Girl, welcome. Thanks for coming on. Hey.
Hello.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
I just said hello to Sky Lizard.
Right. Yeah, she's pretty cool. I've seen her on a lot of streams lately. And she's an artist herself.
Oh, good.
Yeah. She's working on her own stuff and draws like 12 pages a day.
Wow.
She's like cranking it out.
Oh, that is something.
Yeah, definitely. That's dedication, and you need that drive for sure. So definitely pretty sweet. And so in demand is very beneficial, especially for new creators. And like you touched on, when this is your first campaign, you are like, unless you already have yourself a following, you're like brand new, a stranger to the community, and people are going to be apprehensive or hesitant initially because they've never seen you run a campaign, and they also haven't seen you fulfill you. So, of course, there's a natural uh, hesitancy to back a campaign from a complete stranger.
Exactly.
Out of curiosity, I haven't done any kind of background research on your social media presence. Do you have like a following?
I've got quite a few connections, like on LinkedIn. I've got the max, like 30,000, and that's kind of nice. I've been advertising over there or posting over there. I bought some Facebook ads, and
Okay.
it puts the ads across. It's not very expensive. Puts the ads across Facebook and Instagram.
Okay.
And so I've gotten a lot of clicks. I've gotten a few hundred, maybe a couple hundred, maybe so however many looks or clicks, how they count it. I don't know if they can count who interacts after they get to the site, but they tell you how many people they've sent over there, basically. And so I have some ads running over there. And then as far as Twitter, I'm making connections there now. It's kind of like I met you and a bunch of folks who are great in the indie comics and ComicsGate and up and down the dial there. And there's been some people who are just so helpful, and they're like this, like you just explained about how in-demand works and the best way to chop up your campaign like that. I wish I would have known about. Definitely, I would have done a 30 and then a 30. But yeah, you're right. It's a great community, and the social media is getting easier and actually bigger for me to share. I've got an Instagram account, which I don't have much of a following over there. Instagram is really phone based, and I work at my computer all day, so I have all my social media right here, and I'm on Twitter and for the most part, and it's been real helpful, and in meeting you guys. So
Yeah. One thing you'll find about ComicsGate is that a lot of the promotion is done through YouTube and Twitter predominantly. I mean, some people use other resources, and I'm glad to hear that you've actually had some success with Facebook ads, because some people don't.
yeah, it really lets you target your audience too very well. There's a lot of switches to slide, a lot of sliders over there to find your audience.
Excellent.
And so that was helpful to zero in. And so it's been good, definitely.
Um, I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a smiley face emoticon. I'm trying to make out what kind of face or expression it is. It almost looks like a shocked look. For some reason, YouTube isn't translating the emoticon into a little picture. Sky Lizard Girl says, I have no book yet, but I'm working every single day, even working while watching streams. That's freaking amazing. I admire that, and that's something I should probably do. Well, you know what? Oh, it's an arm waving out with a smile face. Oh, sweet.
Oh,
okay. Awesome. Yeah. I don't know if you're already doing it, but YouTube has the little emoticon button, and then you can literally search for whatever it is you're looking for and put that in there. I know some people are old school and manually type out the what is it, the ASCII characters. Oh, okay, sweet. I have a video on front of my YouTube. Right on, yeah. I am watching all the other comic artists here. Sweet. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah. Okay, where was I again? Oh, by golly. Yeah. Um, yeah, so you have been doing Facebook promotion. Do you have your own YouTube channel?
No, that again, had I known about all this, maybe that would have been a good idea in
Well,
hindsight to start doing something.
it's never too late to start one. I
Yeah.
mean, if you how let's see, in terms of progress, how far along are you on this project?
I'm more than 25% done, like totally done. Not just penciled, and because I do everything and I do it as I go along. I'm pretty much painting as I'm drawing. I work on the nice Wacom tablet, and
Oh, sweet.
it's the Big Daddy, the big 22-incher,
Oh,
and there's some nice brushes with that in Photoshop, and so I'm drawing and then instantly painting it right away. And so it's it's a nice setup. It really speeds up production for me, and I'm able to really chew into it when I'm really motivated. Usually earlier in the day when I get up, I get a lot more done. But I work till late at night too. When you work at home, when your office is at home, you're never away from work. I'm up regularly till 2 o'clock in the morning working,
oh,
and it's sometimes I pulled a few 4 o'clockers a few times just because you even lose track of what time it is just working.
yeah.
And you're making headway, so you hang in there and you just keep going. And that's what's great though about working at home is you can jump in any time. So
Sure, absolutely. She says that's awesome.
yeah.
Yeah,
12 pages a day though for her. Wow.
yeah,
That's amazing. That's something.
impressive. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, if you since you know you're working long hours, you might consider starting a YouTube channel and maybe here and there do time lapse videos or drawing streams. Those tend to be quite popular. I mean, or you could, well, you could literally discuss anything on your mind, really, with your own.
Yeah.
The note of caution I would say is make sure that you set it up as an adult content only channel because there are like COPPA regulations where YouTube puts the onus on the creator to, kind of dissuade young people from watching your content.
Right.
So if you make it loud and clear to kids that this is not intended for those that are, 15 years old or something, then you're covered a little more.
Right.
Let me see here. Sky Lizard Girl says, "Yeah, I did one. Yeah, I'm doing that. Is adult. Yep, adult only content. Mine is as well, and that way, I, I actually allow within reason people to, use profanity.
Sure. Yeah. And then
It's,
they get flagged, and then you'll have trouble from YouTube. Huh?
yeah, exactly. If you don't mark it intentionally as not friendly for kids, then you put yourself in hot water. You'll have your feet to the fire before long because you'll be open to all kinds of mass flagging. So it gives you a little protection.
Yeah, good.
So my point being, to make a long story long, is make sure it's flagged as adult only or not safe for children or whatever they call it.
Yeah. I would definitely keep that in mind. Sure, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, drawing streams, time lapse videos.
Yeah.
Some people just like you'll find when you chat with Shay at Red Valkyrie. When you chat with Shay inside, they have a segment where that's called Writing Pros, where they discuss the whole process of writing, coming up with ideas, what to do when you have writer's block, things like that. So you can cover topics like that, approaching things from a writer's perspective,
Yeah.
ideas approaching things from an artist's perspective. Uh, Teach me about foreshortening. Teach me about perspective. You know, the sky's the limit, really.
Right.
So that can help you build an audience, and those people who follow you on LinkedIn, Facebook, you can direct some of your traffic from those networks to your YouTube channel and help build
Sure.
that, as well as Twitter. Uh, I hadn't checked, but do you have a pretty good following on Twitter already?
Not maybe 500-ish,
Okay.
550-ish, something there probably.
All right. Right on.
It's not that big, but hopefully get bigger from this. I've been making some connections lately, so
Nice.
I haven't checked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Still, it's a good start. I mean, what I do is I consider myself a member of the organic movements, ComicsGate, and what's called Fandom Menace. I don't know if you have any idea what Fandom Menace is, but it's very much like ComicsGate, where it seems like the fandom is disowned by the industry at large. The industry professionals from the big two, the mainstream, are shitting on fans and treating them like crap and just saying, we're going to spit out garbage content and you're going to like it or else. And except with Fandom Menace, it's more the pop culture of movies and entertainment, of IPs and franchises we fell in love with when we were kids.
Yeah.
So that includes anything from the Ghostbusters to Star Wars, to Star Trek, Doctor Who. And it's taking beloved properties and turning them upside down and introducing all this social justice warrior woke crap. And, it's a movement where fans are like, they've had it. They're fed up with it. They're not going to support it. They're going to speak with a pocketbook. Oh, well, their wallet. Or the purse, as the case may be. So, yeah. So what I do, and this may or may not help you if you want to do it, but I put those hashtags for ComicsGate and Fandom Menace in my Twitter profile. That way, anyone who searches for those hashtags say, oh, this guy's with ComicsGate. I dig it. I support ComicsGate projects. I'm going to follow this guy.
Yeah.
So that might help you if you don't already do it. That is.
Yeah. I've got ComicsGate up there. Maybe I'll look into that Fandom Menace like you're talking about.
Yeah,
like you say, the SJWs it's just too much.
Yeah, it is kind of a play on the first prequel movie, The Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
So it's FANDOM, Fandom Menace. So some people say Fandom Menace, some people say The Fandom Menace, and others abbreviate it TFM. Yeah. So I try and create content for both. But the predominant or majority of my content is actually ComicsGate right now, because I'm trying to push a lot of books and help people get funded. I wanted to ask, what has your success been for LinkedIn? Do you actually promote Island 19 through LinkedIn?
Yeah, I can see how many people are looking at the postings. It keeps pretty good track of like the cross sections of where people work. Obviously, that's kind of what LinkedIn is all about. And I'm connected to a lot of people in publishing and animation and video games and really popular culture art outlets, really across the board.
Wow.
And so that's I'm hoping those are the kind of people that would be interested in taking a look at stuff like this to back, because it seems like they're interested to be in the same place I am. I'm connected to a lot of animators and former video game artists that I used to work with, and there's quite a few of those actually out there. There's quite a few studios out there, and so LinkedIn may not necessarily be where you go to. You're thinking, I'm going to go buy something after seeing an ad on LinkedIn, but it definitely, just keeps your images in front of eyeballs. And if you have enough people, you'll get to see it. And there's a little bit of a thing where if you like something, then other people that you're not connected to will see it too. And so there's a little bit of that. Yeah. So it's not as much as like Twitter, but it's if you have a large following, like a large amount of connections, and they cut you off at 30,000. And so I just recently got that note that says, "Oh, you're cut off. You've got the limit." And so,
what an amazing network! My LinkedIn is 500 plus, but I think I'm only hovering around 1,500 or so, maybe 2,000. But yeah, I might be using LinkedIn all wrong though, because well, when I want to post something to LinkedIn, it's usually involving politics, and I think that I think people kind of frown on that kind of stuff. So I never thought of it as an advertising medium for crowdfunded comic books.
Yeah,
that's interesting. But oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say it's been effective as far as that. I don't think people expect it, like you're saying. And so I think since I follow and I'm connected to a bunch of other artists, I see them posting their work. They just say, "Hey, this is the thing I'm working on today," or they'll say, "Here's some character designs I did yesterday." And so it's becoming more of an exchange of, "Hey, look what I've done." And so that's kind of how you present it. And as long as you don't hit them over the head with a big heavy ad that looks like an advertisement, people are like, "Oh, cool, that's awesome. I'm glad I got to see that today." They'll say something like that on the comments. And so it's I would definitely try to take advantage of it if you have it, but just try not to make. I would give the advice: try not to make it look like an ad, and make it look more like an art offering or a comment that you want to make, and make it more of a, "Hey, check out what I'm working on right now," that kind of thing.
So, are you actually making use formally of LinkedIn ads, or are you just making posts that are, kind of highlighting your projects?
Yeah, it's more of the posts. I haven't bought any ads there.
Okay.
I bought the ads on Facebook only. It seems like well, Indiegogo, when you sign up for the campaign, they mention how effective the Facebook ads are.
Oh,
so right. They say, well, you go up. I think it might have said 200% more with Facebook ads. And I don't know if it was 200% more backing or 200% more visits. But you get it definitely, there's an advantage there, and it's not expensive, and so that's a good thing. It could be as expensive as you want it to be.
All right, sure, absolutely.
So
okay, sweet. Yeah, 6250 so far, looking good. Did were you expecting at all that it would be doing this well at this point?
No, I really had zero idea what to expect. I thought, I know that it's the style is new, and it's new to comic book collectors, and so I know that there's a bit of an uphill battle with that. I thought that, and I'm coming to the conclusion now that if I share more of what the story is with folks like yourself and on the campaign itself, that people will see, okay, I understand why this is drawn this style. It's to evoke a certain memory and feeling of some pop culture, maybe a Peter Pan vibe, a Neverland vibe, because the story's kind of wrapped in around that. And then when you see this sort of friendly style, I guess you call it, this sort of little golden book style, where the art is kind of mid-century looking, that when you see something like a Hitler head in that format, it's kind of jarring and a little, you go, whoa, I haven't seen that before. Or when you see like today I was drawing a scene where the captain, the main star there, he gets into a fight with that big pink Hitler Hulk character.
Mm-hmm.
And what we learn from the fight is that these creatures are not quite that stable yet. In other words, the reason they're on the island is they're searching for the same pond that the captain used to get young and healthy again. They're looking for that same magic pond, basically. And until they find it, they can't make their army as powerful and super as they want to. They can make them, but they don't live very long outside of their little containment tubes. And so this Hitler head that's sewn onto this body, it's sort of an experimental thing sent out to beat these guys up and try to take them in, right? And so the captain here gets into a fight with him, but when he punches it, and he's got a pretty good punch, his fist just goes through it. He's like this creature's like a soft piece of rotten fruit with a little bit of a tough exterior. And so when you see that kind of stuff drawn in this style, you think, oh, that's kind of different, you know. And so hopefully there'll be some fun reveals like that and surprises in the style. And so it's it looks like it's friendlier than it is, I think, but I think that's a little disarming. So there's some surprises there. Yeah. And then there's more creatures to come, a lot more creatures. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Let me. I'm gonna send a refresh of. Let's see. Promotional link. I don't know what the heck is going on with my Twitter, but it's not converting my links to little images anymore. All right. You know, usually it does like a preview.
Yeah.
But it's not doing it right now.
Ah.
Fascinating. So, Sky Lizard Girl says the style looks very interesting and cool.
Thank you, Sky Lizard Girl. Appreciate it. It's fun to work on. You know, when you got a project that is, you know, you're doing it right. It feels good, and it's fun to get into it every day, and you look forward to it. And when it's something all your own, it's easy to work on, and it's easy to get into, and it's easy to stay up late, like I was talking about earlier. And I'm kind of in that place right now. And it's a great place to be as a creator and as an artist and a writer. And so it kind of feels like it kind of takes on a life of its own, and you're just kind of following along and just watching it and fostering it as it grows and becomes something alive, right? And so, yeah, it's a kick when it goes right, and then the style helps when it's something that's a little different. Like I say, I figure the indie comic scene is the place to try something different,
sure,
and something that looks different, and to see, hey, let's put this boat out on the water and see if it floats. So
nice. Yeah. And you've had this idea for quite a while, right?
Yeah. Like I was saying, back in the day, way back in the day, it was just he was just a World War II fighter pilot in the South Pacific this time, and he just went down over this island and crashed, and then he was running around getting chased by bad guys, and then the idea of the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle. I love the Peter Pan story, and I also have a debate with J.M. Barrie, who is the writer of Peter Pan, and he kind of bases the whole story of the Peter Pan idea on on kids who don't want to grow up. They want to stay kids. You know, Wendy Darling, the girl that Peter goes to visit early, she wants to stay in the nursery, right? She doesn't want to graduate up into her own room, and she doesn't really want to grow up. But I kind of always felt like as a kid, all I want to do is grow up, right?
Right.
This is a fantasy for adults who want to get younger. That's kind of what I did with it. And I said, okay, so here's the captain. He's 60 years old. He's had a whole life. And, you know, maybe he's a little creaky and broken in some places. His name is Crash. And so he's on this island now, and now this youth is offered to him. And of course he's in on it, right? And so that's kind of the fantasy for the adult, is to be young again and healthy. And so, but then I introduced something else, is that maybe some of the people who are there that we've already met have already been in the pond, and maybe they have some regrets.
Right.
And so maybe there's something valid to growing up and wanting to grow up. The native girl that we see there, we're going to see her explore that sort of character arc for her, and she's interested in, all of a sudden, she doesn't want to be locked in the body of a 14-year-old girl for her whole life. Although the way I set up the rules, when you're younger in this world, you kind of lose all your wisdom. So in other words, the captain who just went from, say, 60 years old to 25 years old, he doesn't have the wisdom anymore, what he gained from those years that got him to 60 years old. So, and he's going to realize that pretty soon. And so there'll be something you give up in exchange for the youth. And when that happens, so we'll have someone thinking about getting younger, and we have someone thinking about who wants to get older. And so it's hopefully that will be an interesting element for the character development, which is inside of the bigger story of the, you know, good guys punching bad guys kind of thing. So,
that's definitely something really cool to explore and dig deeper into. Like, excuse me, you kind of face a dilemma. Do you want to sacrifice your wisdom and your knowledge of a life lived, or do you just want to go full bore and be young again, or be young potentially forever?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sky Lizard Girl says, I work with certain shapes when designing characters. So you begin to memorize those shapes when you draw the character multiple times. It's like a recipe.
Yeah.
I like how it built the idea with Peter Pan as a mirrored story. Like you built your completely new story with a different reality.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for noticing. That's exactly the idea. It's that question of that love and desire to be young. And so I was thinking, what was J.M. Barrie, the writer of Peter Pan, what was he thinking? Was he somebody who just was at a place in life where he just didn't want all the responsibilities of being an adult and the pressures? And I heard he was in an unhappy marriage, and they didn't have kids though. But his life was one where I think he probably I get the feeling he just kind of wanted to escape and just be a kid again and go back to that. And so I think he was playing on the idea of everybody wants that. Everybody wants that, to go back to that lack of responsibility, of just thinking about what you're doing that day and not having to worry about the pressures of adult life. And so, to flip that around and come at it and say, okay, as an adult guy, I'm 51 years old myself, so I'm an old guy. I would love to be much younger again, but I really wouldn't want to miss like what I've learned over the years, through the highs and lows of life and having a family and kids. And I don't think I would want to miss that to trade for, 20, 30 years, to be 20 or 30 years younger. And so that's a great question. Would you make that trade? What would you do? I don't know. That's a good question. And so I think that, although if I lived on a magic island, it's probably better to be young and healthy, but
But then what if you have a Lord of the Flies environment?
Right, right.
So
Exactly.
I guess it kind of depends on the circumstances, the environment. But yeah, that's definitely a cool thing to explore deeper. And I like melding that with some base in history, like the whole Bermuda Triangle story that you're talking about. And it kind of reminds me of another campaign. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Graham Nolan's The Canoe.
Oh no.
Yeah, there, so many years ago, there's a story of massive snowstorm, I think in the Northeast United States. And, it was pretty bad. But, and, people were reported as having gone missing. And so he incorporated something that was like pulled from the headlines and incorporated with the ideas. What what would it be like if there was like a kind of a creature who I guess turned to cannibalism or became this monster like beast, and that became the cause of a lot of these missing persons reports.
Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, definitely.
I'll
Yeah.
show you briefly. He's a comic book veteran,
Uh,
and his book is Graham Nolan's The Canoe.
oh yeah, I saw this. Okay, I
Yeah,
remember that. Yeah,
yeah.
that's awesome. Yeah, that was really good.
He's even got a snow globe.
Yeah.
It's a trip. It's a good campaign. It looks really nice, and yeah, definitely worth a look.
Yeah,
Um,
cool. Yeah.
I was wondering. It says here the story is 90 to 100 pages. Is that the script part of it, or is your book literally going to end up being
Well,
90 to 100?
I when I first started doing this, I was thinking of like 90 to 96 pages was kind of the where I was shooting for. I wanted it to be a good graphic novel and feel like a hearty graphic novel, um, more than a 22 or 32 page comic book,
Sure.
but maybe four of those put together, right?
Okay.
And three or four of those put together, and so I wanted there to be a sense of a real beginning, middle, and end of the story, and to really follow that sort of hero's journey
Hmm.
format. And I thought that that's right about the sweet spot there to get to that place. Um, the extra between 90 to 100 is that what I was trying to figure out is how much of each character's backstory am I going to show as to how they got to the island. And so you were talking about real history and chemo here. Like the Native Americans, they got they're an actual historical tribe called the Croatan, who went missing in the 1690s with the first one of the first colonies, the Roanoke colony, that went disappearing, and I think it's 1692. I want to say that went disappearing. They're famous for having the first European born in the New World, Virginia Dare, and so she was born there as a baby, of course, and one of the colonists left with the boat, went back to England to get supplies or having a difficult time, came back 2 years later because that's about what it took, back in those days, and they were gone.
Well,
There's nothing left but a tree stump where they carved in the word Croatoan, which they meant to believe they left with the Croatan Indians who were friendly to them and who were helping them, and they think that they had to escape. And so what I did is I came up with my own story behind that mystery, as to what happened to this lost colony and tribe. I'm suggesting that they were fleeing a more warlike tribe. Chased them out of the area. They took the remaining boat, which I don't know if they had, but this is fiction. This is my fiction part.
Sure.
And they headed south. They left Virginia and headed south to look for a warmer place to live and to get away from these other hostile natives. And so during that trip is when they get lost. They get swept into the Bermuda Triangle, and the rest is history. Some of them get killed, some of them make it, and that's who these natives are. And so the suggestion is that maybe they've been there for 350 years or so. And so that's kind of their backstory. And so my question is, to answer that question, is how many of those pages do I show? Do I show that as imagery, or do I show that as spoken, like somebody talks about it and says, oh, well, they came here like this, and that's how they got here, and then that's part of the story that's explained. Well, obviously in comic books, we want to see it. So the goal is to draw that. I want to get that done. But it depends on, how much we raise and how much time I have, because I definitely want to hit those times. I want to hit my time goals as well as the backer goals.
Sure.
And deliver and get these things out. And so a lot of that also depends on my finding a printer out here locally that will help me, where I can just go pick them up and still have it shipped for another $600 or whatever they charge for shipping. So there's a lot of these hidden costs that I think I'm doing pretty well to avoid, to maximize the backers' money to get the books out and the other products to them, possibly sooner rather than later, of course. And so it's a passion project. I know I'm going to finish it. That's not a question. The question is, how many books can I buy, and how quickly can I get them out? And I think that's what the backers want to know. Is this guy going to deliver? We don't know who he is. And so that's why the $25 price for the book as well. And so I just want to say, hey, let me earn your respect and trust, and I'll get it to you. So for that, I'm not going to charge you the $35 or $40 that people are charging for this size of a book. And so I just want to get it to as many people as possible. So
good on you for that. It's a freaking phenomenal deal. I mean, for a 100-page book, I would expect to pay $50. So, I mean, even like 32 to 45 pages. I think it easily goes for 25 to 30. Maybe 45 pages, as much as 50 in some cases, if you're like an established brand or real popular. And so that's a hell of a deal for 90 to 100 pages. And like touching on what you said earlier, that's a good point. When it comes to that backstory, when it comes to a visual medium like comics, you want to show, not tell.
Right.
Because if you've got nothing but loads and loads of speech bubbles, it's going to tire people out. Comic books as a whole is just a visual medium. So I mean, if you like intersperse it with like I don't know, like a flashback scene,
right.
Flashback kind of montage or something like that. I don't know. However you would choose to approach it, then that would far be better than describing it.
Right.
That's pretty trippy that you're including that kind of back story about the, I guess, would you call them indigenous peoples?
Yeah, at the time they'd be the indigenous of the Virginia area. Yeah.
Do you think there's a remote chance that the person who left, who later returned in like a year or two, returned to the wrong location? Or do you think the very fact that he found that word written or inscribed on the rock or the thing was enough evidence that showed or proved that he did return to the right spot where he left?
Well, I think he did return to the right spot because I think he was actually part of the colony. So I think he lived there for a couple of years,
Okay.
and then
Sure.
came back to the place, found the message, which they thought was, I think, an island off of the area that I guess they're very close to the ocean there, and there's a lot of these little islands, and so they went searching there first for them, and there was no sign of them. And but you know what they do now is they've done all this DNA testing, and they do see a lot of in the actually remaining members of that tribe. There's a lot of European ancestral DNA with them as well, and so they're thinking that they went wherever they went somewhere and just intermingled. The reason they got along so well with these natives is because they actually shared something very similar in their religion. They actually believed in one God, and they believed in a heaven and a hell. So there was and obviously back in those days, that, when you connect on religion, that was a big deal. And so they were actually quite helpful to one another. And so it wasn't suspected that this tribe was responsible for, wiping them out or anything like that. They were getting along very well. When I think it was the grandfather of Virginia Dare. I forget what, John Dare or something. He was the one who left and came back and found just the message scrawled into the tree. But yeah, it's an interesting story, and there's some other people who get to the island who also have a background like that. But like you say, much better to show it than to talk about it. It'd be much better if I could show you pictures of that right now, rather than me telling you about their background. But it's kind of a fun way to do it, and it's to take, like we were talking about the Ark of the Covenant earlier, these objects and these items and the people have all been displaced from a real place, or maybe they're like real people, some of them that actually end up on the island. And so I definitely want to get those stories told in imagery, like you're talking about. So that's the goal.
Nice. Sky Lizard Girl says, there are some stories I'm interested in, or books I want to imitate the idea of slightly, but the world is completely different compared to the story it was inspired from.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. But create your own little fantasy island like I have. You can make anything you want happen there. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that all our discussion has made me think about, episodes of Fantasy Island.
Yeah.
I think they even broached the idea of, what would you do if you chose to become young again, or you had everlasting life. That would definitely be something that they probably would have tackled if they didn't already on that series, Fantasy Island.
Classic.
Yeah, that was a fun show.
Yeah, I watched it. It was on after Love Boat every.
Oh yeah, Love Boat. I love that too.
Thursday night, every Friday night, whatever it was. Love Boat and then Fantasy Island. That was it.
Yeah, I was very much an 80s TV kid.
Yeah, me too, definitely.
Yeah. So, I saw Airwolf, Knight Rider, all those kinds of series, Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, definitely.
Good memories.
Yeah, good times.
For sure. So, I love how you're like throwing all of this into the machine and coming up with this like amalgamation, or I don't know if that's the right term, but this story and everything. So are you literally doing everything involved with this? Like you're doing pencils, inks, colors, and lettering?
Yeah. It's kind of nice. It actually streamlines everything quite nicely. When I can just sit down and just do it all, I don't have to send it out to somebody and wait for somebody to ink it, or wait for somebody to do their lettering, or wait for somebody to do the coloring or the penciling. it's kind of nice to be able to just sit down and just literally just knock it out. And I think it really speeds up the time. I can get quite a few pages done a week, depending on, just how complicated the pages might be to draw. Some go quicker than others. Some take a longer time, depending on what part of the story we're in, obviously. And having drawn all these characters for so long, it gets faster and easier and faster and easier each page every time you do it. So
sure,
it's keeps you busy, but it's definitely a lot of fun. And doing all those things, the writing and the illustrating is a blast, because I always thought if I did any kind of writing, I took some screenwriting classes like years and years ago at UCLA, and I was really interested in writing movies or television or something like that. And it was really just sort of a fun kind of a side hobby for me, because I'd always thought about these stories, and I always thought, well, what would this be as a movie, or what would this be as a television show? And so I took the classes, and I talked to some industry professionals, and it was just a fascinating subject to me to write. And then combining the two things with the art and the writing, it strangely enough, as somebody who was an animator for so many years, it never really occurred to me to do a comic book, because before indie comics, before Indiegogo, before the big two got so lame, I mean, really, there was really nowhere else to go. If you had a story, you had to break in to these large publishers, and that would be the place where you could create a comic book. Well, that wasn't me. I had no track record. I had no background. So I didn't really have a reason to sit down and just draw an entire graphic novel. But now that there's so many other outlets like Indiegogo and the whole independent comic scene, and helpful groups like ComicsGate, I don't know why somebody wouldn't jump in and take a shot at being a creator and doing something that they're passionate about.
Oh,
It's just the perfect recipe for me, for writing and illustrating, and it's just a fun place to have your mind all day. That's for sure.
do you, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer, of course, but do you have like a regular 9-to-5 job and you do this on the side, or are you like dedicating all your time to this exclusively?
Right now, I'm dedicating all my time to this. What I normally do is I'm a freelance illustrator, and I take work here and there. I just had someone contact me to do some character design for a TV commercial, and that going on, things start up and fall through all the time. That one fell through, but as of right now, yeah, I take the occasional freelance gig, which usually don't take that long anyways, and then I do this. But for the past couple of months, it's just been all of this, and as long as the COVID's going on, I was illustrating, I was penciling and inking comic books for this children's publisher in San Diego, Beast Academy. It's a comic book for educational purposes for elementary age kids. And I was working on that. I was doing a few pages of that a week. And the COVID hit, and they said, okay, well, you're done. Everybody's done. We're not going to do this book anymore. And so that work went away. And so that's really why I said, hey, I'm drawing comic books. I was discovering the Indiegogo and what everyone was doing over there. I thought, well, why don't I do my own? And so here I am. And it's got all the things I love to do, the drawing, the illustrating. And so now, to answer your question, it's full time. And I'm just glad I had the time to do it. Fortunately, my wife, she's got a good job. And so I really can't see myself, stopping. Sometimes I get to the point where someone calls for a job, and when I have something else I'm working on, I kind of make it difficult. I say, well, I charge this much, and I can't get to it until this time. and I make it difficult for them to hire me because I really don't want to. I really don't want to take the job necessarily. And so, because I got this thing that I'm in love with, that I don't want to give up on, and so it's a blast and it's fun, and I just don't want to be anywhere else. But when I'm done with this, I'll go back to the freelance stuff. But for now, this is pretty much 100%.
So, did it take much convincing to get your wife on board to let you do this project?
Well, that's the thing is the COVID is kind of what did the convincing for us. I had a nice that thing I was doing was like a regular full-time job, and when that evaporated, it was kind of like, well, do something. At the very least, you'll have portfolio pieces and but it's come along so nicely, and I'm just so happy with the results that it's like I don't want to take any work now because it's just kind of developed a life of its own, and it's gotten to the point where I can't wait to see what happens next. I mean, I know what happens next, but I want to see it. I want to draw it and see it and be in that world. So.
Oh yeah, it's that whole labor of love thing. I mean,
yeah.
My career has been in IT for 17 years, tech support, and I've dabbled on and off in sales and retail. And one of my jobs is in retail, and on one hand, I actually have a passion and love for retail of all things.
Yeah.
I think it's all about interacting with people.
Yeah.
Seeing people from all walks of life, and getting to know a snippet of their life and experiencing a moment with them.
Sure.
And sometimes I find more enjoyment in that than computers. But on the same token, I thoroughly love computers, and I'm one of those goofy nerds who it's kind of insane where, like, I could be working 40 hours plus a week in front of a computer, but when I go home, I'm on the computer again or on my phone. So I love technology. So
do you code at all?
No, I studied Quick Basic, Visual Basic, Fortran, but I never got into coding. I thought at one point I would, especially when I started a C++ course, and I figured one day HTML would be hot. Yeah. But I guess, well, I didn't do C++ because I was doing a full course load in electronics on a technical degree, and I didn't think I could handle it, taking so many units. And then I didn't go into HTML because I was just too lazy to learn it. So no, I don't do any coding. It's desktop support.
Yeah.
Windows and Macintosh, hardware, software, desktop laptops, that kind of stuff. Upgrades, system restores, antivirus removal, virus removal, things like that.
Right.
Matanui says, "Damn, I'm late." You're all good. You're all good. Thanks for coming. Sky Lizard Girl says, "Alls." I think that's in reference to the support you're getting from your family, which is really sweet. It's when you get the support and backing of your family, your loved ones, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, definitely. My wife she's been so great. She loves the project. She can see how excited I am about it, so she's happy to be encouraging for me right now. And it's it's a bit of a risk financially when you kind of shut down one side of our work between my wife and I. But it's also, I'm getting something for it. There's going to be this product at the end that even if the funding doesn't go through the roof, even if I don't get the EVS numbers, which I'm probably not going to, but even that doesn't happen, I'm going to have this product. And this
sure.
This book will be done, and I'll have it, and it'll be there, and I'll be able to sell it and tell more stories based in this world, in this universe. And I think that's what pushes you on. Is there's not a loss here. It's there'll be something at the end of this campaign rainbow. So there'll be the book.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sky Lizard Girl says that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see here. Excuse me. So you mentioned that when you're working on the book, you're also you're painting. Do you mean you're using the painting tools of the software you're using?
Yeah. I like to use the phrase painting to describe what I do here, because you'll notice I'm not using the black outlines like in the traditional comics. And that was a big debate in my own head. Am I going to do that? Am I going to go without the black outlines? Which actually I was just hired to do not too long ago for a comic book, so I can do them and I like doing them. But I really wanted this to have a more painterly feel, like some of the concept art I was looking at from those mid-century artists that I love, like Mary Blair, who was the old Disney mid-century artist who did a lot of the concept art for Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland. And I took from her palettes as well, the color schemes, and I tried to inject that to create that feeling where you feel comfortable, like, oh, this is kind of Neverland. I know this place. I understand where I'm at. And then when you see, big pink Hitler with his head sewn on, it's a little jarring. And then you kind of mix that stuff up, and you bring it up to date, and then you turn, like what we were talking about earlier, you turn the question on its head. Yeah, you want to stay. Do you really want to stay young forever, or do you want to become young after you were already old? And so, introducing these new elements into this old familiar context, I think is fun. And that's why the painterly style. And that's why, and I like to use the phrase painterly because it's to answer your question, I'm using the brushes, the Photoshop brushes that create a painterly look. And the idea is to create that friendly feel of Neverland and that pleasant background. But then that makes the crazy things that go sideways seem more appalling, I think. Hopefully, more impact when you see Nazis running around on Neverland.
Yeah, when I saw the Nazi imagery, especially Hitler, it like flashed me back to this video game called Wolfenstein 3D. Yeah. Yeah, the big boss at the end, of course, is Hitler, and he's like, he's got, I think his head is grafted to like a robotic suit, but he's got Gatling guns for hands. So it's pretty crazy.
Oh, good.
And your art style is very animation-like.
Yeah.
Because again, you don't have the hard black lines outlining it. Right. And that's something I've always kind of debated back and forth. What would I do given that choice?
Right.
But yeah, I really like this style as well.
Oh, yes.
Sky Lizard Girl says everything is good.
Thank you, Sky Lizard Girl.
I'm young now, so I'm racing to get this comic out so I have something to live for when I get older and can miss in the future.
That's exactly the way to go. Work hard now, because when you're older, it's a little harder.
Oh man, if you let yourself get set in your ways, it's very hard.
Definitely.
It's like the whole idea of, pursuing higher education. I mean, I give mad respect to those who take the time and invest the money in their higher education, go for their bachelor's, their master's, PhD. But if you put those off, like let's say you go straight out of high school to working full time,
Mhm.
then it gets harder and harder and harder
Sure.
to get back to doing that later on down the road as time passes, because you get used to earning money, and you got like that freedom, and you're no longer in school taking tests and all that stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, sure, sure.
but
Definitely.
yeah, I can say, Skylar's a girl. You've got good work ethic. I
Yeah,
respect that.
definitely.
Um, I was wondering, did you say when you launched the campaign you were about 25% of the way through?
Yeah, yeah. I'd finished that free preview, um, and I wanted to accomplish two things. But first, I wanted to say, okay, here, this is what the story is. This is what it'll look like, and I wanted to introduce a lot of um, explanation, as to what's going on before you really, hit the action really hard. And so I'm saying, okay, so take a look at this. This is what it'll be. This is what it'll look like. And then that's why I put some images down below that I call spoilery images. It shows the pink Hitler, and it shows a couple other things, some of the other characters that are coming up, to say, hey, this is where it's headed. Here it is now. This is where it's headed, and hopefully we'll all have fun together with this.
Right on.
Yeah.
So, do you literally have the script already entirely written out, or how are you working it every day? I mean,
Well, I have it like an outline. Obviously, I know where everything is going. And I mentioned following that hero's journey format, which has these. It's the old Greek uh, hero's journey. 12 steps of the hero's journey, I think, is what it's technically referred to as. It's like Homer's Iliad, or something along those lines. Even Star Wars follows that. The original A New Hope follows that same format. And so I have that format with my story, obviously, and it's like I mentioned earlier. It's got a definite beginning and a middle and an end and a plot, and the idea, and a MacGuffin, maybe a couple different MacGuffins, and then that is um, where it comes to an end. What I don't have fully written, which I enjoy doing as I draw, is the dialogue. And the goal is to say as little as possible verbally, text wise, um, and show as much as possible with the illustrations, with the drawings. So I know what they're saying, and I know what the scenes are, and I know what the emotional beats are. Um, but I do like, as I'm drawing, I do enjoy doing the dialogue as I'm drawing it, because when I'm drawing, I'm kind of emoting with them, and I'm feeling, the feelings, and you're kind of like being an actor, I guess. You're kind of in the scene, but you're all the actors, and you're kind of participating in the story, and you feel like you're kind of in it. And so it really lends itself well to writing dialogue in that respect. So outline, yes. Dialogue it's like having it 75% there, but you always have the option to call an audible and make a change, right?
okay, all right.
And make it even punchier, or find a way to say something with fewer text words, fewer bubbles, fewer dialogue boxes and bubbles. And so that's always the goal, I think, in trying to make this more of a visual medium, and telling the story visually, and painting that instead of writing it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. That is pretty darn cool. I also, I'm doing on my streams. I like to do constant promotion throughout. All right, what's wrong? Window, man. You shared a lot of content here.
Yeah, about 22 pages. Yeah.
Whoa. Now, why so many? You probably.
Well, I wanted to get to the point where the captain gets young. I didn't want the readers, the backers, to think it's about like a 60-year-old guy.
Okay.
So I thought that was a good point, a good place to. We learned a little bit about the Native Americans, and then we learned a little bit about, the captain and his background. We find out who the enemy is, what their plan is. I don't know if you've read it, but the evil Dr. Zurst, he explains his plan, why he's creating this unnatural army. And he's creating them so they can topple the United States, since they're like a war-weary nation right now after the war. And they can go in and sort of kind of decapitate the government and take over that way with this fighting super-powered 100 super soldiers that they've got, right? These kind of gargoyle-looking things that can fly. But they need this island. They can't complete them and make them work right without the wonders of this island. And so that's why they're there. And they can also launch their attack from the island since they're close enough, because they figured out how to come and go as they have a submarine. And that's kind of the secret how they get there. And so the length gets us, it gets the reader to the point where they understand the bad guy's goals, the villain's goal, and the hero shows up. We kind of learn about who he is, and he gets young, and we say, okay, here we go, we're ready to go. And so we got the young hero, we got the young, or his helpers, the natives, and then we learn a little bit about what the plan is. So we learn about what's at stake, really, and hopefully those stakes will seem high as the surprises start to unfold.
Well, let me read this first. Sky Lizard Girl says, there's something alien going on, right? Bermuda Triangle, or etc. with this story, or is it all human conflicts?
Well, there's not alien, but there's definitely a supernatural element. There's in the preview where the captain goes to get young, like the Fountain of Youth area. It's actually a pool that is, I was talking about the Ark of the Covenant, and that being something real that people believe in. Well, that's what the pool is. The pool is actually my take on the pool of Siloam. It's spelled Siloam, or some people call it the pool of Bethesda. Back in Bible times, it was believed that an angel would come and disturb the waters with their sword. And what would happen is the first person, as they all gather around waiting for the water to be disturbed, the first person to touch the pond, to get into the pond, would be the one that would receive a healing. It was known as a healing pond. In mine, it makes you younger. I added a little more magic to it, a little more pizzazz, right?
Right.
And so that's why it was important. There's a little dialogue before he goes in, where the girl is yelling at him, get in, you got to be the first one to get in. And so that's kind of that explanation. And along with this pool of Siloam, there's also many other things on the island that are items of antiquity, I would say, that have some kind of power to them that they can access. And that's really what drove the Nazis there, is because of what they think this island is.
All right.
And what it might have for them.
Yeah, I get your point about getting it to where you convey that he's not a really old guy throughout the whole book.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if you can still convey that with fewer shared pages, because it seems a little bit on the long side. I mean, a lot of campaigns, they'll have maybe 8 to 10 panels at most, maybe even fewer sometimes. It depends on what you're showing. But I mean, it's cool that you're sharing all this, but I wonder if it's a little too long, because I don't know if you can see it from your screen, but I'm looking at the little the handle, or the little bar on the far right, and there's a really long length. There's a
Yeah.
lot of pages. How many pages is this? Like the
I
first
think it's 22.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, if there's any way to convey the fact that he's going to be younger in fewer shared panels, I mean, I think if anything, I would suggest that. I mean, this is just me. Maybe it's perfectly fine for everyone else, but I don't know if a lot of people are going to spend the time to read that whole intro leading to him becoming young.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Maybe I put a little too much out there. I felt like, though, the way I made the call on that is going back to the fact that I don't have a track record as a comic book creator yet, and so I thought that backers would feel a little more comfortable seeing. They would look at this and think, okay, this guy's going to finish this. I mean, look how much he's done.
Right.
He's into it. He's serious about it, and he's interested in the story himself. He's interested in telling the story.
Sure.
And so I thought that showing all this would be helpful in sort of putting backers' minds at ease, since I'm a new guy, at this.
Yeah, the angle I'm coming at it from is, you could probably still convey that with far fewer images. Maybe cap the interiors to 10 pages max, and when you get yourself out there and go on more streams, on more channels, you'll be giving your audience a chance to get to know you and learn the story of this. And then when you provide your updates on the updates tab of Indiegogo, let's say, you might want to give, if you can, like some kind of blurb update, maybe once a week, no less than once a month.
Right.
To convey your progress. And it could be something as simple as, really having a blast working on my project. I've completed 2 or 4 more pages. I've got some more inks and paints done. It's looking really good. Something even as quick as that, like once a week, no less than once a month, in terms of updates. And that gives everyone who visits the campaign a feel for, oh, he's really making some good progress on this.
Yeah.
And, well, I mean, one of the earliest updates should probably be, I'm 25% into the project already. And the outline is already mapped out. I already know where I'm going with the story arcs and whatnot. And here's how far. I'm 25% into doing this, and then subsequent updates could be, like weekly updates, for example. And this can be either supplemental or in addition to. Well, I guess I'm more or less saying supplemental anyway. To what you might do if you create a YouTube channel, where you start documenting some of the behind-the-scenes work, draw streams, discussing a little more about how you approach the story. And all of those types of media combined, Twitter, going on channels, your campaign itself, your weekly updates, will make up for, in my opinion, the excess, in my view, at least, of the interiors. I mean, from 8 to 10 pages of interiors, they'll immediately get a sense of the story.
Right.
They'll get a sense of your art style, your lettering, your sound effects, and maybe you can even include like preface a couple of the interior pages saying, "Here's our hero," or "Here's a protagonist," and then after the 2 or 3 interiors of that, preface the rest of the interiors with a little scene of 5, 6, 8 pages of interiors as him as a younger guy.
Right.
That's just another take, another way to look at it, something to think about.
It's probably a good idea, actually. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, there's definitely a lot there.
part of it is because, trying to take it into consideration people's attention spans.
Yeah.
Part of the reason TV commercials are as short as they are, as you well know, is because people don't have the patience to sit through a spiel, a big old long spiel. So the more tight you can make your elevator pitch, the better and more efficient it is. I was going to touch briefly on this panel. At first, I was concerned that you had red on red,
Right.
but at the same time, you've got black lettering, so
Yeah.
it makes it pop enough. There are a lot of panels with a lot of dialogue.
Yeah.
And I mean, if it's necessary, then great.
Yeah.
If you can get away with more visual and less dialogue, even better, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a certain amount of stuff you are trying to convey, which I understand. So yeah, I'm just throwing out some things out there, and you take what you will from it.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, definitely.
It's just one person's opinion, of course. From my perspective, checking out people's campaigns and starting to come to what I like and don't like about campaigns. I've only been on the scene since like September, October of last year, so I'm still pretty new. So let's check this out. The wonderful things are the goodies you'll get. Pretty good layout here. I like it. It draws the eye. Island 19, A Tale of the Bermuda Triangle. The graphic novel of 90 to 100 pages. You got a variant spoiler cover. Art to be determined. Nice. So it'll be the same content internally, but it'll have a variant cover to it.
Yeah. Each of the characters will undergo a type of transformation. And so in order to show that, it would give away a little too much right now, too much of the fun. So that's what the variant cover will be.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. You want to leave some mystery in it. Absolutely. Stuff to unravel and uncover as you go along.
Yeah.
You don't want to just put it out all out there, and you don't want to do massive spoiler alerts that reduce that end up effectively minimizing the excitement level of your finished product. Sky Lizard Girl says those panels look really good.
Thank you.
All right. And then you've got a PDF version. All right. Yeah, some people, especially your international backers, dig the PDF option. I myself am not a big PDF comic person. I'd rather have the physical hard copy because I like the feel, the smell of traditional books, and I spend more than enough time on computers and mobile devices as it is that I don't need even more time.
Yeah, I hear you. Definitely. Yeah,
But
I was looking at the shipping costs overseas, and it was just there's no way anybody would read your book, without the PDF. So
that is one of the arguments for having PDF. Absolutely, there's a fan base of people internationally who are going to prefer a digital option so that they can avoid the shipping costs altogether.
right.
As far as I'm concerned, it can't really hurt to have it. I mean, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't checked out your tiers yet, but if you make the PDF version available to physical backers,
Yeah.
you might want to make sure you find a way to make the digital version available at the same time as the physical backers get it, their digital version, so everyone's on the same page. And one group of your backers doesn't feel slighted.
Right.
The other ways to get around the whole shipping concern is number one, well, this is still kind of in its early development stages, but some in ComicsGate are making, partnering up with people in other countries, other creators to do like help with distribution.
I see.
In their native countries.
Yeah.
So, for example, UK and Australia particularly, because their prices are even higher than UK pricing. So, oftentimes, international shipping runs around as high as $20-25 a book.
Wow.
And sometimes they can work out better deals, but it's also interesting and possibly helpful to point out that shipping from UK to US seems to be less than shipping from US to UK.
Oh.
And then you've got so for example, John Malin, you may be familiar with by now. He does a book Graveyard Shift.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting into the whole. He's starting to become a fulfillment person,
Right.
and he's even posted his price list on his Twitter, I think.
Oh, okay.
And so if people, say in Australia, UK, want to work with him, then he can help fulfill their book in the United States and reduce shipping costs to like $15, $10,
Oh.
And whatever his pricing is. I haven't looked at it myself, but that's kind of the trend nowadays. One of the things that we're trying to get popularized. So, and vice versa, we're trying to make deals with, we as a whole, I guess. I'm not personally involved in it. If I had the resources and wherewithal, I definitely would become another hub or whatever.
Yeah.
For the states, but we want to have a presence in other countries as well for distribution. Another place that's, from what I hear, is kind of challenging to deliver to is Hawaii. But I guess that's the main issue is using media mail versus shipping USPS first class.
Yeah.
Media mail, from what Ethan Van Sciver does, you don't want to even bother with media mail, from what he's saying. Go with USPS first class or second class or whatever, because media mail is very bottom barrel.
Yeah.
and they get to it when they get to it, and they give it the least attention. And there's also the possibility of it being your package being treated like crap, and they have the option of opening it up to make sure that it meets their guidelines of no advertisements. And the thing is, their viewpoint from what he's saying is comic books are traditionally known for being loaded with advertisements,
Right.
like magazines. So you're not supposed to use that kind of stuff for media mail. Skylar's a Girl says everything was very colorful. And people want digital versions of a comic. Some do.
Yeah.
There's kind of a mini debate as to, whether to go digital or not. Like I said, that can be a whole stream entirely on its own, but so I won't really go into it. But another way to get around high shipping costs is and you might have already addressed this, but you could have a tier where you have a bundled set. Let's say you want 2 of this book that you're selling, or maybe you want to do what's called a retailer's bundle, where you offer like 5 copies of your book at once. And then that way, you and your buddies internationally can go in together on it, and then you effectively split the cost however many ways. So that's another way to approach it or get around.
I like that. Connecting with somebody overseas like that. That sounds like a smart way to go. Definitely.
You'll find, I don't know if you've been exposed to it yet, but we've got CG UK, ComicsGate UK, and they're developing a pretty good network out there. And you've got ComicMark, you've got William Hazel, you've got Statistical Zero, you've got Charlie's London. They are building something pretty special there. And there's also a CG Australia, as I understand. I'm not as familiar with CG Australia as I am CG UK, but you definitely want to get in on all their streams too. Let's see here, because they're building a real strong network, and I think they're going to see about finding solutions to getting around this whole shipping issue as well.
Right.
Because that's instrumental for growth long term. Lightning Cat's patch.
Yeah.
That's awesome. A real patch, just like what Captain Kettle has hung onto his canteen. You're gonna, yeah.
I just want that. I want that thing like more than any of these things. Well, I told my wife I'm going to go down to the surplus Army Navy store and grab some old green, shirt and sew that thing on the sleeve. And
well, yeah, you can put it on shirts. You can put it on your backpack, your hats. Yeah. One of the big reasons I was chuckling is because you'll find when you get on Shay's Red Valkyrie stream, she's a huge fan of patches.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so she's going to love you for this. She's having a bunch of Red Valkyrie branded jackets made, I guess, and then she's going to put all kinds of CG patches. So that's going to be really cool. Good. Really exciting. Let's see. 11x17 poster of Cover. This full-out poster will be signed by writer-illustrator Drew Krevi. Nice. Yeah. And you may already be aware of this, but some campaigns they fold it in half or fold it in. I guess it's also going to depend on how thick you make your book. I mean, what dimensions you ultimately decide on your book. But some people will fold their poster in two. Some, if it's a big enough poster, you might fold it into quarters.
Right.
Some will roll it and put it in a separate tube mailer. But from what I hear, tube mailers, are an added expense, which makes sense. At the
Yeah.
same time, people have mixed results with tube mailers. Sometimes, even in a tube mailer, it gets nicked in the corners or in the ends,
Uh-huh.
uh, bent up a little. But for the most part, uh, campaigns I've backed have come through successfully in tube mailers.
Oh, okay.
I mean, my preference is tube mailers, but I totally understand the creator's decision not to go with tube mailers because you're dealing with an added expense.
Yeah. Also, there's the possibility that second package could get lost.
Yep.
This way, the whole thing arrives together. That's why it's a fold out. And
Yep.
so I thought I'll be able to put it inside the book at that size. And so I think it just creates less places for things to get broken or get lost. So,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that too. Um, so you got the 11 by 17 poster.
yeah.
I hadn't read it, so you might have already covered it in the description of your campaign. But have you decided if you're going to hire a fulfillment company or if you're self-fulfilling?
As of now, I wasn't thinking about that yet. I think that what have I got? 32 backers right now. I think that, obviously we'll see where we end up as to how many backers, but I think it wouldn't be that tough for me to handle this myself. I have help from my family, my wife, and so it'll be kind of a little family project that we'll have some fun with, I think, in packaging and putting things together. And so I think that for now, I wasn't going to go with one of those services. I've been seeing those. I've been seeing their ads, and it looks pretty cool. If I had like numbers like EVS, right? If I had that many backers, then definitely I would have to get some help, of course. But I think the size I'm at right now, I'll probably be okay. I feel pretty good about being able to fulfill and package and ship on my own. So
Yeah. I mean, if you can, if you have the luxury, if you have the time, I personally think self-fulfillment is the way to go. At least until you become a super huge success where you're selling hundreds of thousands or something like that.
Right.
But you got like EVS, he and his family do it together. John Malin, he does it and he hires 2 or 3 people to help him out, I think.
Right.
And now that he's becoming a fulfillment company on the side, he may be, ultimately hiring a few more people as it rises. And White Cat Comics, they self-fulfilled on their books. Well, they're starting to finish fulfillment on their second book. But so I think self-fulfillment is a good way to go. The other benefit is that with self-fulfillment, you have like more control, I guess, in monitoring the product distribution. You can offer like delivery updates by offering a tracking number. Like if you go through USPS, whereas if you go through a distribution company, you don't always have that. And if you use a distribution company, you've got that third party involved, so you don't always hear right away, uh, or rather, your customers or your backers, they'll communicate to you that they haven't received something appears to be late, or what have you, and then you have to do that extra step uh, to reach out to your fulfillment company and get the issue resolved. Whereas if you're self-fulfilling, then you've kind of got a direct communication back and forth, and you can I guess, more readily and more efficiently and effectively send out replacements if needed. Like something arrives damaged, let's say.
Yeah.
Self-fulfillment, they reach out to you via Twitter or YouTube or one of your streams and say, hey, look, check out this photo evidence. My book came out damaged. Then you can make good of it and rush out or just send out another replacement pretty straight away. And then what's cool about tracking numbers is you have a clear idea as to when you'll get it versus possibly not having any kind of tracking from a distribution company, fulfillment company.
Right.
There are pros and cons, of course.
Yeah.
Sky Lizard Girl says, I think folded posters are pretty good. Yeah. Some people dig them. I don't, because ultimately, well, I mean, when it comes to small posters, 11 by 17 or smaller, I don't mind if they're folded, because I'm not a small posters kind of person. I'm not a big fan of small posters, but I don't mind getting them. I'm the type who digs movie-sized posters, 24 by 36.
Oh.
So, but that's, I don't. You probably can't see, but behind me, I've got a bunch of movie posters mounted on my wall. I hear that too, Sky Lizard Girl. She hears noise in the background. Let me, just in case it's on my end, I'm going to close my door.
Okay.
See if that improves things any. Test. Oh, I still hear it. Weird. Huh. I wonder what's going on there. Do you have any air conditioning on or something in the background?
Let me see. I've got one fan. I had a fan on in the background. Maybe that was making a little noise.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, if it's okay with you, just
sure, no problem. Yeah.
Leave it off momentarily. Sky Lizard Girl says, if you make a poster, they got to be incredible. I totally agree. Yeah. I've got a poster that is actually 24 by 36, but it's a landscape.
Oh.
And it's the Top Cow women, female characters. And although I like the different characters, they're just kind of standing there, they're in a regular standing pose.
Right.
And every now and then it seems like there's a touch of, I wonder if I'm providing feedback on mine. Maybe that's what the problem is. Every now and then it seems like there's still a little bit left of background noise. So maybe my speakers being close enough to the mic is causing feedback. So it's kind of boring. I mean, I like the characters, but they're just standing there,
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's cool when you've got like your key characters in some action pose or something,
Right.
getting ready for battle or what have
Yeah.
you.
Dynamic poses and exciting scenes. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Mananui says, I keep mishearing that as Skylar's a girl, and I'm wondering who Skylar is. Skylar's a girl. Skylar's a girl. Oh, okay. Sky Lizard Girl, not Skylar's a girl. Oh, okay. All right. Lol. My name is actually Ariana. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, sound like multiple cars crashing in the background. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Could be air conditioning. Yeah. It sounds like it was that fan in the background.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Maybe that combined with feedback from my speaker. Let's see. Yeah, and I use my external speakers because I don't like wearing earbuds or headphones.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Just a sec. All right. So up to 12 trading cards.
Yeah.
Features main characters and creatures. Each card features character and character's alter ego, if applicable. Artwork to be determined. Oh, okay. So on the front, you've got like a kind of a portrait or a, mostly full body image, and then on the back side, you have like an action scene.
Yeah. So the idea is that the captain, for example, here he is at 60 years old, and then we see him at like 25. So them in their alter ego. So you'll see two versions of the same character on one card. Each side will be different. Of course, Hitler's head, and then he's got this body. Then there's another body, and then another body. So he may be in multiple cards. So we'll see how that goes.
Right. Nice.
There's more than one character that makes a dramatic change. So.
All right. So speaking of merch, all right. So we got a red feather keychain. Give it to someone who's earned it.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess that's like symbolism, like just as you put it, give it to someone who's earned it.
Exactly. Once you read the story, you'll understand what that means. There's a feather given to somebody who earns it, and it's kind of a fun moment. So the keychain will be apropos to that.
Yeah, and then you've got a canteen keychain, the MacGuffin. That's cute. So are these like acrylic?
I was pricing them for the rubber PVC.
Rubber PVC.
Because I knew they have sharp corners, so I thought I'd go for the softer rubber.
Oh, okay.
And so they're solid, but like a soft rubber, but not squishy.
Yeah. Of course, that's a good idea. That makes sense. Postcard mini posters, artwork to be determined. A few Island 19's exotic locations and favorite scenes are explored with 5 by 7-inch postcard sized prints.
Yeah.
All right. It's like a wish you were here kind of thing.
Yeah, I've got this great set of Marvel classic covers.
Wait, classic covers?
Classic covers.
Oh, all right.
A postcard set, and it's really cool. It's a nice little package, and there's got to be like 150 of them in there. But it's a really cool product, and so I was trying to kind of channel that and put some of these on a postcard that would either be concept art or actual images from the actual book. And so that's why I say artwork is TBD on that, as far as the exact images I'll select. So we'll see on that. I'm going to pick the best ones, that are fun to look at. and I thought it'd be kind of nice to have it on the desktop or something.
Are you looking to have on the backside, the vertical line and the little space for the stamp and stuff?
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
And also on the backside, maybe in small print, the location that you're highlighting on the front.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Definitely. Yeah.
There is, let me see. I don't know if you've heard of Honest Eskander. She's got a campaign called Ava. It's in demand, I think. And hold on, let me just. So here's a piece of her.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, look at that.
So she's got a postcard, and instead of doing the whole, literal postcard thing, on the back, she's got like this elegant, consistent branding.
Right.
She's got the logo consistent throughout, and what's cool is it tells you, one of the things I really like about this one is it tells you you get like several postcards with her campaign. And one of the cool things is it tells you, not only does it have the branding, but in this little paragraph section, it says what issue of the book this scene was found in. And it tells you what page it is.
Right.
And it tells you what the dialogue was for this particular image.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah, I love the fact that it references back to the original book, and gives you something like, it's kind of like those little things that were real popular in Marvel and DC Comics, where you go, all right, the characters in the book you're reading refer to this event that I'm not going to take the time to go over. But it is marked with like an asterisk, and then you look at the bottom of the page. There's an asterisk, and it says, "See issue number 1 or issue number 45 of Fantastic Four, for example." Right. And then you go to that comic book, and it goes through that portion of the story that they're referencing now. So that's what I like about this. Plus, it's got her web address for book, and of course, it's got her copyright. So yeah, so her campaign had several postcards.
Yeah. Wow.
And then it also had like bigger prints.
Yeah. Oh wow! Look at that.
Sorry, this is from Rocket Gal. Sorry. And the Mole Men from Mars.
5x8s, yeah. Wow.
That's through Mandy Summers. Have you been on her channel, by the way?
No, I've seen her chatting with some others, but yeah, I'm familiar with who she is.
Yeah, you want to go on her channel. Yeah. She's awesome. She's really supportive. Her channel's full of energy. And she also does streams with John Malin, and they highlight and go over ComicsGate books too. There was another campaign. I can't remember what book it's associated with, but they also did postcards. And they're on the back side it had the vertical line with the little space for the stamp. But what was a cool added touch is it had like a coffee stain on it as well. You set stuff on the table, and you might not be paying attention, so you set your beverage on there.
You think you left that on there?
Yeah, so that was part of it, and it added it added more character to it, and I thought it was
cool. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Sky Lizard Girl says, "Oh wow, I got that they use comic page numbers or chapter arcs to reference the images." Yeah, yeah, that's trippy. Yeah, I'm trying to convey, if you haven't noticed, all kinds of feedback and things that I've seen in other campaigns.
Yeah, no, I'm all ears, definitely.
Let's see here. So postcards are fun. Postcards are fun. I'm trying to figure out the best way to, display my collection. I think ultimately, if I'm not mistaken, don't they sell at like Walmart and Target stores clear sleeves that fit postcards?
Yeah, they probably do. I would imagine. I'll bet there's a lot of like craft stores as well for
Yeah,
crafters to get those things for their albums.
yeah,
Yeah,
Hobby Lobby and Michaels,
yeah, yeah.
or even those that what are they called? Shoot, those crafts books.
Mhm.
Oh, jeez, why am I blanking out now? Probably because it's late. The you know, shoot, I think I almost had the word, but where you get all fancy and you have these custom books, and then you have these raised images, and you insert these corner appliques, and then that holds in photos, and you like add your own custom text. Scrapbooking.
Oh, scrap. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, maybe that industry probably also has their own way
Oh,
of.
yeah. I bet. Yeah. Probably find that stuff online pretty good too. Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
stickers featuring characters and creatures. Can't show them all here. Spoilers. Nice. Yes, stickers are cool. Stickers are a thing.
Yeah.
Do you already have someone in mind that you will work with, or are
I've
you?
been, yeah, I've been pricing. I've been looking around online, and I'm asking a lot of these printers to send me some samples. Some of them have some really nice looking work, and I found a couple that I like that I bookmarked, and I'll probably be going back to. But that's another thing I was hoping to learn from the indie community is who are some of their vendors, that they're
Right.
using for some of this. It's pretty easy to find them online. The question is who's the best? Who's gonna give you those stickers, and not even necessarily the best price, but the best quality.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do this thing, let's do it right. And if it costs a few
Sure.
cents more per sticker, well, then that's all right. If it's better, and
Yeah.
so the idea is to get the best quality, and who can ship and deliver on time as well. To me, so I can get it out as well. So
Yeah. Sticker Mule is real popular in the indie community.
yeah,
Sticker Mule.
I
MUL.
think I've seen them. Yeah, Sticker Mule.
Jason Bascom, who is Unhinged Entertainment. He has a book out called Absolute Volume 1 or Book 1. And he works for a company that does stickers. And
Okay.
so you might also hit him up.
Okay.
Just on Twitter, do a search for Unhinged, and it should pull up Unhinged Entertainment. Presents Absolute Book 1.
Okay.
So that's a couple places to start.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are others that that people are using, but I don't know them off the top of my head besides those two.
Yeah.
Bookmarks. All right. Of course, because there has to be bookmarks.
It's a book.
Yeah, you got to mark it somehow. So is this bookmark going to have anything on the back?
I was thinking it could be a double-sided image. I was looking at what they offered as far as the island. I was hoping to do the island by day, and then the other side would be by night.
Oh,
And so that'd be kind of a fun little, flip it around kind of thing. I had created this image before I actually looked into that, not thinking to look into that after I made the image for this. So I should have had like both sides shown. But we could see the island at night in the preview. So yeah,
yeah, that's a cool idea.
yeah.
Speaking only for myself, obviously, but I like bookmarks. I mean, I rarely use them, but I like bookmarks, and I prefer that it has something on both sides. Some campaigns only have an image on one side and is blank on the other side.
Right.
I personally think it's a wasted opportunity. And I mean, even if the backside is advertising your company and your website and how they can reach you on social media.
Right.
But your idea is cool. I don't know. I don't know if other people feel the same way, but when it comes to bookmarks, I kind of treat them like I treat postcards, where you have an image on one side and maybe on the back side you might have your branding, a description of what it is you're seeing on the image itself, so on. That kind of stuff.
That might be a better idea. Yeah, a little promotional piece. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's say you want to give it to someone and they really dig the artwork and they go, I wonder how I can, see more from this creator. Then, bam, you've got a website.
Right.
Bam, you got social media.
Yeah.
And they can explore on their own. Kind of like a business card.
Right.
Let's see here. Let's see. I want to spam the chat again. Back this book. Let's see here. Oh, I want to check one other thing here. What happened here? I was going. Shoot. 8. I don't get why on Twitter I don't get notifications from everyone. I think Twitter notifications sometimes suck as bad as YouTube notifications.
Yeah.
It's like they're like spending the money on the wrong priorities.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned. All right, so criminy. I left Twitter and didn't even do what I went there to accomplish. Okay. Oh man. Oh, by the way, thanks for being a good sport and being flexible, working with the schedule, and for even being willing to hang out with us this long.
Oh no, that's what I'm here for right now. It's campaign time,
Yep.
My pleasure. Yeah.
Sky Lizard Girl says, I run all my comics by a binder with plastic sheets. The binder is a timeline, so I'm constantly going back and forth through the pages. So pages I work on, I use as bookmarks in the timeline.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. Interesting. Huh. All right. Okay, so all right, so so then you break out
Yeah.
what's involved in this project.
Yeah.
All products according to which perk you order. You can get all the items below. All right, that will go over when we look over the tiers. Purchase stretch goals for those that order perks with stretch goals enabled. So we're looking at 12,000 bookmarks, 15,000 upgrade to add art supplemental pages, pages at the end of hard copy books. So
So
if
the
you're
books could get a little longer. Yeah. And what I was hoping to add some supplemental art pages, some concept art, and some of the stuff I did. I kind of wanted to also talk about like the characters and have like a page for each character of the leads, and something that would kind of explain them and maybe a little bit about their history and how they got to the island. And so that's kind of a wish to have that stuff in there. So I would definitely have to get up to that level to get some of those extras in there that I would love to share with people. Otherwise, I'll probably put it on my website or in other places online, and tweet it out or something. Some of that artwork, but it's fun to look at, I think.
You can also you make use of the updates tab on the campaign.
Yeah.
Shoot, I forgot. Was this supposed to be perfect bound or hardcover?
Perfect bound.
All right.
I was going to go for a nice matte coat. Is what I'd like to do. That's my hope, anyways. And depending on where we get, obviously, some of those things I could shave off or add. I'd like to have a thicker, maybe 70 to 80 pound page inside, and then 120 pound of the cover. And so that would be a nice thick cover that would protect it real good. And so we'll see. All those little changes and adjustments change the price. And so, like I say, I'm trying to keep it affordable. So later, when I have the extra books, I'll be able to sell them at a price where people wouldn't get too offended if if they didn't know who I was. Maybe they'd be more likely to take a chance on it. So
so it could potentially be once we hit that stretch goal, more than 100 pages.
Like I say, I could get to that 90 page place and be satisfied with it and think it looks, that's what I'm trying to say with this story. Or I could get up to the 100 pages and then add the artwork on top of that. Once you get into that, what I'm discovering when I'm doing my pricing is once you get into that level of page count, the price isn't that much different when you make a large order. Like if you could get 1,000 books, 500 or 1,000 books, And so that's the hope, is that if I can make that order for the 1,000 books, the cost per unit comes down so much more.
Oh, well, yeah, right.
I can add those extra pages and it won't be a big deal.
Out of curiosity, do you know roughly how thick the book would be at 100 pages? Is it like 3/4 of an inch?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would estimate something like that is what I would estimate. But I guess it depends on the paperweight as well, and what you end up ordering there.
Yeah, true.
You want it thin enough that it's not so cumbersome to own, to put on the shelf and to actually keep. But you want it to be thick enough so it feels like a quality product. It feels like it's not going to rip in your hands like newspaper, like newsprint or something. So I'm going to look at some of my favorite comics that I have myself. Like here, I like the kind of a fan of the Darwin Cook, New Frontier. I love his style and his art and his writing and his dialogue. And I like the book. Actually, feels pretty good too. Feels like there might even be a matte finish, and so aiming for something like this, I think, is probably the best way for me. And seeing what already works, what I like. I'll be shooting for something like this. This feels like it might be a nice 120 cover, 120 weight, and then maybe an 80-pound for the interior pages, which is pretty good.
Is that an Alex Ross cover?
Back here?
No, the book you were just holding.
Oh no, that's Darwin Cook.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. And, there's an Alex Ross.
Okay.
But that's
Earth
yeah,
X.
yeah.
Okay. All righty. Let me see here.
He doesn't have the pages listed here.
Oh yeah, I almost asked about that.
Yeah, he doesn't have them numbered.
Sky Lizard Girl says that story is amazing with the island. We need it as an animated cartoon also, maybe live action.
Yeah, cool. How about a Netflix series? That'd be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Let's see here. 20,000 is the Lightning Cat's patch.
Yeah.
25,000 2 stickers, 6 with extras. 30,000 keychain red feather, keychain canteen with extras. 35,000 1 postcard mini poster. 40,000 3 trading cards, whole pack of 12 trading cards with extras. Fold out posters at 45. 200 million. We start work on an animated movie. $6.5 billion. We start work on Island 19 theme park.
That's right. You get there on an old torpedo bomber plane.
Oh, yeah.
Parachute in.
Yeah, and then you get shot down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the cast members shoot you down, and then you have to parachute down. Wow. And then if you pay for the bigger package, then you and your entire family can get shot down together, and then you'll have
definitely. You just need a big enough parachute. Yeah.
a multi-person parachute.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be enough. Well, I don't know. I'm not too good with the numbers on what it takes to start a theme park, but I think they said it takes it. You have to have a starting capital of like 1.5 to 2 million before you can even consider franchising a McDonald's location.
Wow.
So, yeah. Fascinating. Perhaps if we go past the 45K mark, then maybe we could look into PVC toys, probably to be offered through In Demand. It's a pretty good layout. I wonder, this is just going to be me playing devil's advocate, but I can't help but wonder the stretch goals look a little high.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in the end, it's really up to you as to where you want to place them based on what, how much things are going to cost you.
Right.
But some people do stickers and bookmarks and postcards at far lower stretch goals. But you do whatever you think will work for your budget and stuff.
Yeah.
Based on the pricing quotes you get.
Right.
But I think you can still accomplish many of these things for much lower stretch goals, especially for our first campaign.
Yeah.
And down the road, once you are on, well, I forgot to ask you this. Is it? Are you looking for this to be like an ongoing series? Do you do you have you envisioned this to be more than one book?
Yeah, I kind of thought of this whole thing as being uh, more novels to follow, and including the same characters. And then on top of that, it would be sort of the central point of maybe a universe. So there's some stories that I've been thinking of that would take place in this world, the same world, that may not take place on the island, but some of the things that happen on the island could affect what happens in the outside world. For example, I had an idea for one of the Native Americans to actually have an adventure in the outside world, because they're privy to they get all this stuff from popular culture from throughout the ages. And so what he did is he got hooked on some cowboy westerns, and so he wants to go to the old west and be a cowboy basically. And so that was one of the story plots I'm kind of thinking about right now, for one of those kids that you see. And so one of them wants to go to the old west and take part in what's happening out there, via help from someone who can get him off the island. So to go live that sort of fantasy for a while, and that's the kind of idea, the way that the island can reach out to other places. So it would take place in the world, in that universe, but not necessarily on the island. So, but yes, definitely there would be more adventures on the island proper. So, hopefully, if the fans demand it.
Mm. Yeah, that's pretty trippy. I mean, you definitely leave room for expansion for sure, which is definitely good.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Lock and Key was a comic at first.
Oh.
I keep hearing about Lock and Key. Was that an animated cartoon?
They made a Netflix series about it. Yeah, live action.
Live action. Oh, okay. Theme park idea was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expect more books or story arcs. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully so. Me too.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Yeah, so if I were to say anything about the stretch goals, if you can afford to, I would significantly drop them
Yeah.
lower, so that you can keep generating the excitement, and people can anticipate hitting one stretch goal after another as you go through your campaign, especially once you're fully funded and go in demand.
Right.
It continues the momentum. What's a Drew Krevi?
Yeah. Who is this guy?
Nice. So some of your semi-spoiler images below. Story so big. Okay. You know how I was saying that there's so many interior previews that it's so bloody long.
Right.
I think something like this, the semi-spoiler images,
Yeah.
I think they would be better suited, positioned under the updates tab
Okay.
of your campaign.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Because I mean, it's long enough as it is. Yeah, this is a cute art style.
Yeah.
Let's see. Why support the project? Yeah, you kind of want the campaign to flow nice and smooth. Bam, bam, bam. Topic, boom. Topic, boom. Topic, boom.
Yeah.
Nice, clean, concise, and efficient, especially for those who don't have a whole lot of time to read and read and read.
Right.
But man, you thought looks like you thought it through. Oh, I was going to say, speaking of Canteen, I know this is your first campaign, and it's are you since you know EVS, you know Cecil, right?
Yeah, I know who he is. I've seen him on their streams. Yeah,
And you're familiar with his campaign cash grab,
I've seen that. Yeah, I've looked through that. Yeah.
and you saw how he's offering a canteen.
Oh, was he? Okay, I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
he's offering a physical canteen with his original art.
Oh,
I guess it's engraved on it.
oh, that's cool. Wow.
Oh, well, hold on. Why don't I just show you here? So research is all about,
Yeah.
uh, you know, doing campaigns is involves a lot of research, but you've done a lot of research already, which is great. So as you can see, he's in the six figures.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
He's kind of an anomaly, you might say. So, yeah. So it's kind of a unique situation. So he's got T-shirts, he's got fold-out poster, he's got a pin-up, he's got a net gator. But what I was going to show you is here a head sketch flask. So he did his own a head sketch, and then I think Donald DeLay came up with the design of the logo, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's a legit actual flask. I think it's metal. I don't remember, but I think it's made out of metal. So it looks like it's engraved from what I can tell. And it's got his signature underneath it. So that I thought was the coolest idea. The thing I didn't like about it is the company he went with. They have a restriction on how big your image can be, your whole image, and I'd prefer something that takes up more space.
Yeah.
And there's other companies that actually will make flasks and your image can take up more space. But I still backed it because I think it's funny as hell.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. I mean, I rarely drink booze, but I think I wanted to support the campaign, so. And I thought it was funny as hell, so I got it.
Yeah, that is. That's a great idea.
So yeah, you might consider doing that on a future campaign.
Yeah.
And I do agree with your idea of having the rubbery keychains rather than the rigid, hard ones, especially if you're throwing it in a purse or in your pocket.
Yeah, you don't want to reach in and stab yourself.
Yep, that's a fact. Let's see here. So let's check out the perks.
Yeah.
All right. So right off the bat, I'm going to make a recommendation. As if you hadn't heard an earful from me.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, wait, what is this? She says, oh, that show is a bit scary. Gosh, I can't even remember what show we were talking about.
Lock and Key? Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's been a while since I watched anything on Netflix, and I don't have cable TV. And I no longer support Netflix because of their stance on cuties.
Yeah, what was that all about?
Oh, cuties.
They wouldn't take that off.
Cuties. Well, yeah, they're defending the quote unquote art from this French director, I guess. Cuties is sensationalizing and sexualizing children. underage children, and it's kind of like the whole pageant craze,
Right.
beauty pageant, but they're super sexualizing it. They they had tryouts for like 160 or 200 little children, and they have kids twerking and crazy stuff, and they talk about, from what I've heard, I think they talk about their periods, and they have them in compromised, sexualized positions.
That's so unnecessary.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, so because they're apparently supporting uh, that kind of content, I'm officially banning them,
Oh, okay. Well,
boycotting them
that's
personally.
probably a good idea. Yeah.
She said, Sky Lizard Girl says, yeah, I can understand that with the cuties. They should remove that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hollywood as a whole is sensationalizing and giving rise and approval to things like child exploitation and pedophilia. Twitter and even its CEO seems to be pro pedophilia.
Oh, great.
And
Sheesh.
pedophilia, pedos are trying to change their perception by the outside world by referring to each other as MAPS, MAPS, minor attracted persons.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Ah,
And they're Hollywood and the mass media, mainstream media is trying to normalize that pedophilia and transgenderism by introducing it in schools to kids at an early age
yeah.
and normalizing discussing sexuality when they're still real young.
Yeah. Oh, that's disturbing.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I'm I'm back to being a heavy supporter of teaching homeschooling.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to go at all.
As challenging as it is for parents and as financially challenging as it is, especially when you've got so many two income households now,
Yeah.
it seems to be a necessity now because of all the crap that they're subjecting kids to.
Oh, yeah.
There's even lots of reports from, with the whole COVID thing, how the trend has been to do online schooling through like Zoom and stuff like that. The school curriculum people don't want parents to be actively involved in their children's education because they'll realize all the crummy
all the crap they're teaching them.
trying to indoctrinate kids with.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. You got to remember that's what they were doing in schools with the Put a Ring on It dance schools. That song, I think, was Beyonce. Yeah, it was Beyonce. If you like it, if you want it, put a ring on it or something like that.
Oh, boy.
You got videos on YouTube of kids copying that dance, young kids in schools on stages and basketball courts. Yep. Yep, it's out of control and they're trying to normalize it. And that's why you've got transgendered cross-dressers and whatnot reading stories to groups of children. At parties,
Yeah.
All right, so on that note, going back to the perks. So, all right, some more feedback. So, there's this feature in Indiegogo called Featured Perk.
Uh-huh.
It's a way of highlighting kind of the way I view it, and I think a lot of people agree, is it's like the best of both worlds is the most bang for your buck.
Right.
It's not your cheapest tier, and at the same time not your most expensive tier. And so it's like your mid-range option.
Right.
One benefit to the featured tier is not everyone is going to have all the time in the world to read about your campaign.
Right.
They'll probably watch your intro video as
Uh-huh.
long as it catches their attention and keeps their attention, and they might scroll down a little, check out some of the interiors, but in the end they might not spend a lot of time comparing all the tiers.
Right.
So by having a featured tier, it saves them considerable time, and it's like you're telling your backer base, hey, look, to get a good experience, a good all-around experience on what my book is about, and also at the same time get some cool tchotchkes, then this is the way to go. You might have a variant cover like you mentioned earlier on your campaign. You might have some stickers eventually. You might have the keychain. So if you have it available in the beginning, then you might have that kind of selection altogether. Or a future tier could be as simple as your original and your variant cover, and maybe one postcard or one trading card or one bookmark or something. Just something more than your cheapest, but less than your most expensive.
Right.
Somewhere in the middle. And there are some people who want to just get in, get out. Just like how you've got different types of shoppers in department stores. Some want to meander, take their time, browse, learn everything they can about something before they buy. Others want to get in, get the gist of what they are looking at, decide that, yeah, I'm in, I want to back it, and then get out. And it almost goes hand in hand with impulse buying. Something you learn in retail, and some people, once they decide I'm going to back this, they'll just grab the featured tier right off the bat.
Oh, I see.
Because we know they're going to get the best bang for their buck. They know they're going to get a good representation of what you're offering.
Oh, I got you.
And at the same time, you're giving them their support. I mean, they're giving you their support. You'll find this especially in ComicsGate. People want to support good projects. People want to support quality projects. And the featured perk is quite often the way a lot of people go. All right. So you got the Island PDF. So you got the digital format.
Yeah.
Now all right. It's because you're nearing the end of your first 30 days of the 60-day campaign. That's right. All right. Yeah. I was just trying to make it make sense in my mind why it's already got the discounted price. But that's why. Because reduced prices generates more interest. And potentially gets more people to back again to prevent a campaign from going stale. Let's see here. Then you've got the next tier, which is the graphic novel itself.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Well, you know what? Before I forget, let me hawk the book again in chat.
Yeah.
And let me jump back to Twitter real quick. Okay. There must be a lot of people streaming this time of night. I know Shay was streaming, and Frega was streaming. I'm willing to bet we're getting close to the weekend, so yeah. And this is around the time Shane Davis is streaming. All right, so I was commenting on that because I'm not seeing a whole lot of activity on Twitter right now. Usually there's a lot of retweets and stuff. Okay. So we got the graphic novel. Nice. And then we got the novel plus stuff. All right. So you've already got something that has, let me see if I can. All right. Yeah, if you're currently you may have run across this, I don't know. If you are like advertising a campaign, you're on someone's stream or they're pulling it up on their end like I am.
Yeah.
Then if you click on it, it expands so you see all the details. But if you accidentally click too many times, then you can potentially dox yourself and reveal your address and whatnot.
Oh, I see.
So I was trying to be careful and not double click or anything like that. But I wanted to get the breakdown here. So you get the book, original cover of the graphic novel, signed by you. You're eligible for all the stretch goal items, not including extras. Wait, so this tier does automatically include the bookmark patch, poster, mini card poster, keychains, stickers?
What it is it makes you. This is why they're not that expensive. It makes you eligible once we reach those stretch goals. So it's like saying, okay, when we get to this number, you're going to definitely get the patch, and then this number you're going to get the keychains, and then you're going to get the cards. So the idea was to hit those goals to hopefully encourage people to get these to hit the goals, obviously the stretch goals. But as you've been talking to me, and as I've been thinking about it and looking at it and looking at sort of the trajectory of the campaign right now, I'm hoping to be able to actually fulfill those stretch goals at lower amounts. Like you were saying, they're pretty high, and since this is my first one, I really wasn't sure how to price those. I really wasn't sure exactly, because I tried to look at other people's and get an idea of percentage wise of how they were doing their stretch goals. But this one, what I did is I created a way to make the backer eligible for those stretch goals. So that's why these stretch goals I think they're pretty good items for like a low price, but it's not 100% guarantee you'll get them all. But it does make you eligible for all of them. So all the ones listed there.
I think the idea of stretch goals or the eligibility is already implied in the very fact that they're stretch goals.
Right.
Typically, rather than have it set up this way, every backer of the book, like everyone who backs any tier of the book, would be eligible for each of the stretch goals as you achieve them, one after the next. So rather than explicitly having a special category talking about eligibility, the very fact that you've got an Indiegogo campaign and you've got stretch goals laid out at the bottom of the campaign says, all right, once we hit this dollar amount, everyone who backed my campaign is getting a bookmark. Once we hit the next stretch goal, everyone on my campaign who backed it is also getting, in addition to the bookmark, a sticker, and so on and so forth. This particular tier kind of confused the heck out of me.
Okay.
But I mean, now that you've explained it, I see. I think I see where you're going with it. But I don't know if that's.
See, that's why I made it just the $45 because that might be what you would pay for a single novel.
True. Yeah.
So the way I look at it, you're saying, okay, I got you, Drew. You're saying, here's like the traditional price, and if I pay that traditional price, I get all these extras. And so that was kind of the angle I was taking. That's why $25 for the book, all by itself. And so I thought the idea is like, okay, well, I'll pay more of that traditional higher end price, but then I get all these goodies if we get to the stretch goals. So
right. Yeah.
That was my thinking, anyways.
Okay. If and when you hit let's assume that you hit all the stretch goals, then whoever backed at this tier is going to make out like gangbusters because they got a hell of a cool deal out of it, and they get tons of extras.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now we've got Island 65. Wait, Island 45. Island 65. Wait, Island. Oh, all right. So you're mirroring the price.
That's the price, yeah.
to name the tiers. Okay, all right. 65, 2 novels and stuff. So is it the same idea except you're getting 2 novels?
Yeah. You'll get both the covers. Yeah.
Oh, you mean original and variant. Okay. All right. Huh. Okay. And then Island 100, 2 novels plus extra stuff. So how does this differ? So you get 2 novels. So you get 2 of original cover and 2 of variant cover?
Right.
Plus all the extra stuff?
Yeah. Oh no, wait. You get signed novel, the 2 novels, and then all the stretch goal items plus the extra stretch goal. See, some of those stretch goals, for example, the cards, the first set is just a set of 6, but if you want them all, that's a set of 12. The 2 keychains is only available through this, like that second keychain is only available here, the canteen. And there's a couple other items like that. There's, I think, 2 extra posters, and
that one has.
So it's like the stretch goals deluxe, basically. You get the full amount, and so the idea was that you get your name in the book and a special thanks at the back for the $100. And then if we get to those stretch goals, you get all the extras. But still, for $100 with 2 books and all the stuff, it's pretty good buy, plus the thank you and in the first edition printing of something. But hopefully we'll go through the roof, right?
2 Island 19. Wait, 2 Island. All right, hold on. Mm-hmm. 2 Island 19. Whoa, what? You've got an Island 25,
Yeah.
Island 45, Island 65, Island 100. And this is referring to, Island 19 is the name of the book. Duh. All right. So you get 2 Island 19 graphic novels, one with original, the second with the variant cover, both signed. All right. So the signature is what makes it stand out.
Yeah.
And then all extra stretch goal. Now, this is assuming all the stretch goals have been achieved.
Right.
So you have the potential to get bookmark the patch, 3 posters, 3 mini posters, 3 locales, 2 keychains, 6 stickers, 12 trading cards, double-sided, and a thank you, your name in the book. All right. So, all right. This one had 1 original book. Oh, but this tier didn't have the alt variant cover. This one does. Okay, so all right. So let's see. So the main hold on. Be careful here. All right. Whew. All right. So, all stretch goal items. And again, this is only if and when you hit all the stretch goals.
And like you were talking about, those were high stretch goals. So maybe what I'll do is if I get close to those neighborhoods, I could fulfill a lot more of that than what I had there. I was just trying to be extra careful. I didn't want to get stuck promising something that,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't deliver financially. But the more I do, and I look around and I do the pricing, a lot of these things, they're not as expensive as I thought. And so I think you're right about the price or the stretch goal numbers being a little high. And so what I was using to protect myself and the customer from understanding what they would be getting, maybe they're a little too high, but since we started the campaign, I can't really change that. But what I can do is I can still fulfill even if they come in lower, I think. And I think that probably wouldn't be a problem. How many I'd be able to fulfill, well, we'll have to see, obviously.
I mean, you can make like your very first stretch goal be either when you hit fully funded, or possibly 1 or 2,000 above that, and then incrementally do stretch goals from there. I guess part of it will be based on how much momentum your campaign has, how fast it goes up. I mean, on one hand, you don't want to be too high stretch goals, but on the other, you don't want to be too low. I think in general, stretch goals should be roughly $2,000 between tiers. I mean, between stretch goals, but
that'd be good to know. I thought that would have been good to know that
that's just an arbitrary amount that I'm thinking, because let me see. I saw a stream earlier also. Yeah, I was even streaming before this stream, and we ran a little late, so that's why this one started as late as it did. That's a lot of stuff. Yeah, let me see here. So we are 12K. So your fully funded is 8K.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I think you could easily do your first stretch goal at 9 or 10,000.
Yeah.
And then let's say for giggles, we go at, instead of doing the bare minimum of 8,000, let's say we do 9,000.
Yeah.
Then I might put the second. All right, so bookmarks might be 9,000. Add supplemental pages. That's going to be more thickness to the book. It's going to be more of a big deal. So that might be at $2,000 more. So that would be 11,000. Lightning Cat's patch.
Yeah.
That might be 1,000 or 2,000 after that.
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Animated movie and theme park, I would leave there where it is now. But the others, I personally, now bear in mind, this is coming from someone who's never run his own campaign. I am going based on what I see other campaigns doing, and how the success or the progress of other campaigns have been. So take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Oh no, I appreciate the point of view, because you've been looking at these a while, and that's helpful to know. Yeah, I just really wasn't sure in setting it up how far apart to set, because I was looking at a number of campaigns, and some had stretch goals that seemed further apart, and others had some that were real close together, the tiers. And so I had to take a guess, and I just really guessed high, as I thought, to protect both the backer and myself. So
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
You don't want to shortchange yourself for sure.
Yeah.
And I hope that you, in your creation of this campaign, also took the time to factor in the shipping costs.
Yeah, that's actually added at checkout. So, yeah.
You do have that?
Yeah.
All right, good. Some new campaigners, they forget all about the shipping, or they underestimate, and then they get screwed in the end, and they have these unforeseen expenses.
Right.
It's good, especially with the 100-page book or so.
Yeah.
That you factored in ahead of time the shipping estimates. Man, yeah. The way this is laid out, it kind of confuses the hell out of me. I mean, I see what you're doing now,
Yeah.
but just at first glance, I would have a bunch of questions. And one of the challenges I find with Indiegogo is, if you haven't backed the book, you can't reach out to the creator unless you know their social media. I mean, granted, they give you access to it here, right?
Yeah.
Click view full profile.
Yeah.
And then, well, actually, hold on. No, that's the wrong place. Oops. Wait a minute. What? Did it open it in a new tab? It did. All right. So, your social media is right here. All right. So suppose someone's having a boomer moment, or they don't know to look in these shortcuts for social media. So they have no idea how to reach out to you to ask you questions about your campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they don't have Facebook accounts or Twitter accounts. Maybe they're only Instagram people, or maybe they're older people, elderly, and interested in your style, but because it reminds them of their childhood, but they're not big on social media. Maybe they don't have a presence on Facebook. So they might be inclined to go to comments. But the problem is, you must be a backer to comment.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of a problem I have with Indiegogo. I mean, I think I don't know. Maybe that's their way of protecting the creator from getting bombarded with
I see.
negative comments and crap
Yeah.
stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, I would do a featured perk. See, what a lot of campaigns, or what most campaigns I've seen typically do is, wait, what? Oh, that's because I'm on the comments. You see how when you're on the comments tab, how big the bar is on the scroll bar?
Uh-huh.
You go to story, and then it turns into this tiny little thing
Tiny little button.
that you can barely click on unless you have good eyes. That's what I'm talking about with having so much content on the story. I think you can remove a whole chunk of the pages and still convey your message and get to the point. Feature tier, definitely have one. What a lot of campaigns, to make a long story long, is all the stretch goals are inherent in the campaign itself. They know that at your stretch goal landmarks, they will be privy to a bonus goodie. So for your tiers, you wouldn't have to mention all this extra stuff. Instead, you might have a digital version. You'll have the original book alone. You might have the variant cover book alone. You might have a separate tier that has your original book and the variant book together. The next tier might be the original cover and the variant cover both signed. The one after that might be a retailer's bundle or a buddy bundle for those who want to reduce the cost of shipping, but they still want the physical copy. So you might have a 2-pack or a 5-pack. In case in case you've been getting some interest from retailers, LCSs, local comic shops, who might be interested in selling their book physically at their store. You might sell 5 or 10-pack if you have that kind of interest coming in. And then you might have some bigger tiers where you've got bonus goodies above and beyond what is covered in the stretch goals, Stretch goals are often reserved for things like, we're going to throw in an ash can. We're going to throw in extra pages of content. We're going to throw in a fan's art page where fan artwork gets showcased at the back of our book. You might include at this stretch goal, we're going to have a backer's thank you page where we thank each and every one of you for helping make our dream a success. And this would be for probably a future campaign, not your very first one. A legit actual canteen, because that goes with your theme really well.
Definitely.
I mean,
I'd love to have one, that's for sure.
Yeah, sure. So would I. And lower end stretch goals can also still include stickers, bookmarks, postcards. But stretch goals can also include things like, all right, we hit this stretch goal, we're gonna go 1 or 2 levels higher on paper quality. Let's say we meet this super big stretch goal. Hey, maybe we'll do UV lighting accents on the
Right.
cover.
Yeah.
If we hit this stretch goal, maybe we'll have a cover sleeve. If we hit this stretch goal, there will be a second variant cover.
Yeah.
But in terms of variant covers, if you go down that route, I would caution you to do no more than 2 or 3, or have no more than a total of 3 covers, like 1 original, 2 variants at most on your very first campaign.
Right.
And then see how it goes. Some people go way carried away with billions and billions of variant covers.
Yeah.
I think that's too extreme. One of my favorite campaigns is Return of the Warrior.
Yeah.
But my problem with that campaign is there's so many covers, so many. It took me like 45 minutes to an hour or more to pour through each of the tiers and figure out what I wanted.
Oh, I see.
There were a couple times where I almost gave up entirely. But there was just so much information, so many different covers you could choose from.
Yeah.
And yeah. Oh, and another thing is, when it comes to this is setting the whole stretch goals to the side.
Yeah.
You've got goodies, your different tiers.
Yeah.
Typically, it makes logical sense to, start low and build and build and build, and each successful one builds on the previous tier.
Right.
But let's say if down the road, let's say you get fully funded, which I think you will be by the end of your 60 days. Let's say you decide to, things are going well and you're comfortable with where you are financially on the campaign. You decide to release a T-shirt. Then there will be you'll introduce a T-shirt tier, which will be, its own tier unto its own. Let's say you decide to do a set of 3 artist sketch cards. Mandy Summers, her campaigns typically have a set of 3 sketch cards. So you buy, I guess you go online or something and buy these pre-cut sketch cards, and then you do original artwork on these cards. And then people who jump on that campaign, let's say you do 3 sketch cards. So they're going to be original art. It's not going to take you too much effort because it's on a sketch card size thing. Well, you know what? Hell, I could probably show you an example. What the hell? I've backed so many campaigns. So I think this came from Sim Poitier, SIM. Can you see it all right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, hold on.
Nice little card, yeah.
So, original art. This is actually what is it called? A drop sleeve? Well, it's literally kind of firm, rigid plastic. It's still flexible.
Yeah.
But it's got a slot, and you just slip it in there. So, it's blank on one side, and then it's got the original art plus the signature on the front. Let me see if I can find you another example. Yeah. This is also by Sim. Sim does a lot of sketch cards. He's a beast. He's real fast.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, those are the ones that I can find easily. Let me check a little more. And others have. All right, so we were talking about John Malin. So he's got his graveyard shift trading cards.
Yeah.
So you got the character on one side and then the stats on the other, like the old Transformers and G.I. Joe and stuff. And Mandy Summers, she has her trading cards. Wart the Wizard is an example. This is probably not something you would do, but for a short time, Mandy Summers did a kiss.
Her lipstick kiss, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was pretty sweet. I'm glad I was able to score one before they ran out. And then EVS, when become a channel member, you get a trading card every month.
Yeah.
This is his character, Heather Swain.
Yeah.
And then it gives you stats on the back.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
All right, and then here's one from a trippy card from Passion for Drawing.
Ah, okay. Wow. Nice. Yeah.
All right. So let me go back to chat real quick. Hold on. Put this back. Oh, shoot. Okay, so let's see. I saw a stream earlier also. That's a lot of stuff. Some guy with the green mask. I can't remember who has the green mask. I want to say Lethal Lightning, but I could be wrong. That stream I saw, he booted somebody off at the end of his stream. I had no idea why. Lol. I think the guy who tore his picture up in Fregaboom. Shane Davis, really? Are you serious? What exactly is an ash can again? All right, so an ash can is, as I understand it, is like a smaller sized book that has fewer pages than a regular comic book. Like today's mainstream comics from DC and Marvel, I think an ash can is like 20 pages, 22 at most. Well, wait a minute. Or is that a full book? Because
I think so, 32.
Oh, all right, yeah.
Full, and then
Yeah. So it'll be probably no more than 20, 22 pages at most. But it's kind of like, it's often, as I understand it at least, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's intended to be like a teaser for a new and upcoming book or another book from the same publisher.
Okay.
So, oh man. One kind of example is, oh shit, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up Graveyard Shift. Oh, I could have pulled up Cash Grab too. So Graveyard Shift, this campaign is closed, but this is from John Malin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not going to let me see it, is it? Oh man. All right. So it's all grayed out. So I can't scroll through it anymore. Let's do Cash Grab because that's the, yeah. Although I think EVS's Wreck Planet might have had an ash can still. Although EVS is moving away from doing traditional ash cans. Ash cans were not only like a teaser of another book to come out, another title to give you a taste, a flavor of what you can expect or to whet your appetite. But it could be like for a spin-off book or Yeah, like a spin-off book or another story, or spinning off a new character from that property. But it's like a promotional advertising tool, and the ash can is a smaller dimension, smaller size than your
Oh,
typical comic book. So that's how I understood it. Oh, I don't think there was a screenshot actually. Now that I think of it, shoot, no. Nope. All right. So uh, Cecil's just talks about there being an ash can on his campaign, but I don't see any physical dimension.
oh.
Oh, you know what? Here, let's try this. Let's try Deep Well. Some campaigns, and I appreciate when they do this, will have. Let me see. We'll have. All right. So here's what I mean by like two physical copies. Let's see here. One copy of each cover. The mail-in exclusive. Yeah. Book and prequel. So, like an image like this, where it reflects. All right, here's the original book. It's going to be typical comic book size or whatever it happens to be, and then the prequel, which is the ash can, uh, is smaller in dimensions. So, here's an example of the sketch card thing. So on his campaign, you've got 3 sketch cards available, done by so and so artist. It could be you, it could be someone else who's contributing to your campaign, whoever you want to work with, whatever, whoever you make a deal with. And then the way I usually see it is the first person who backs this tier gets to choose which of the images they want. Second person gets to choose from the last 2 available. Third gets whatever's left. Yeah. So, oh yeah, and some campaigns will have a tier where you get drawn into the book. I don't know if you're going to make allowances for someone to be represented, drawn into the book, or if you want to stick to your story.
No, I wasn't planning on it. I wouldn't want to insult anybody. I wouldn't want to put them in and be unhappy with the results.
No,
But I do like to thank them at the end. That would be nice. Have a nice page, a thank you page, and I'd put everybody's name on there, and that'd be nice to have. Of course.
Gotcha. Yeah. Why is that? Huh. Close window. Close window. I have so many things open. All right. Yeah. So you got some more ideas on what I was talking about in some of these other campaigns that I follow. Oh, and I had another suggestion. And again, take everything I say with a grain of salt. You'll hear people agree with me. You might hear some disagree with me. Everyone has different experiences. I kind of make my comments based on the trends and what I like in campaigns and what I don't like in campaigns.
Yeah.
As crazy as it might sound, I would consider having some higher price tiers. You'll find that in ComicsGate, as with crowdfunding in general, there are going to be people who simply want to support you. They might not even necessarily want to buy your book or get the extra tchotchkes.
Right.
They might simply want to be there to make sure you get funded. So you don't want to necessarily exclude them.
Right.
It may sound weird and maybe a weird, strange concept, but there are people out there who will pay for the higher end tiers.
Right.
And that's why a featured perk tier will often be like in the $50 to $100 to $150 range.
Right.
But a high-end tier might be $200 to $300 to $400. In some cases, even $500 or more. I know in extreme cases like big personalities like EVS,
Right.
you've probably seen he's had campaigns where original page of artwork or cover art fetches $10,000 to $15,000.
Oh wow.
I'm not saying necessarily go that extreme,
Yeah.
but it's not uncommon to have original cover artwork or original page artwork at somewhere between $100 and $300. So I know you work digitally,
Yeah.
but if you would consider taking some of your pages, like pages that involve a bunch of action, you don't want something that's nothing but text.
Right. Right.
Or nothing that's heavy in text. You want something that's dynamic, something that's exciting, something that people will be proud to put on their wall.
Sure.
Then that could be a higher end tier, especially if you don't have something that involves writing them into the story.
Right. Right.
And I mean, I accept that not all stories are conducive to adding in custom characters, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But you want to make available an option for the higher paying backers, who want to support your book. Some choices, because some people. I mean. I don't consider myself. I'm by no means rich. I try and save up and support the campaigns I really like.
Yeah.
Some that I really like, I will back multiple times, and often at multiple tiers.
Right.
So sometimes I'll splurge a little, knowing that I'll have to eat light. And if anyone knows me, I love to eat. So if I have to forego pricey meals or eating out, then I'd rather back a campaign than eat out.
Yeah, good.
I will sometimes go for the slightly higher tiers, and I granted I won't necessarily be able to afford the 300 to 500 range stuff.
Yeah.
More than that, there are others who will. There are others who have the ability to. Let's see here. Yeah, I was talking about the Ashcan. Frega streamed 3 hours ago. Is that right? I wouldn't doubt he has to. Well, he might have started the stream 3 hours ago, but I would think that he would have ended by midnight at the latest. Sometimes he goes over. Well, he often goes over. But the thing is, because he's got kids, and they have school. He's trying to get to bed by midnight every day, and he does these late night streams about 9 p.m. Eastern every day. This is Fragtober, so he's doing a drawing every day of the month of October. So he tries to end his streams at as close to midnight as possible. So if he started 3 hours ago, that makes sense roughly. Sometimes he goes past that, but he tries to get off by midnight. Or at least that's the way it's been. So that's the advice I would give to you. Yeah. So that's what comes from. Oh, Yeah. Speaking of original artwork, you're a digital artist,
Yeah.
so I don't know if you would consider it, but some people, some creators, they'll intentionally make an original art tier where, I mean, I don't know, they might start. You have a background in traditional art as well, don't you?
Yes, yes.
All right. So you got the skills. You got the mad skills. So either, well, this is just something to think on, but you might consider making a few, maybe 5 or 10 out of your 100-page book, traditional art. Although, I'm not sure if you how easily it would be. You would know better than I, of course, how easily it would be to replicate this art style on traditional medium, especially when you don't have the hard outlines.
Yeah, what I would probably do to get to that place you're talking about, like some, is I'd probably do something digitally, but I would do limited prints. And so I think what that might do is that might create that same level you're talking about.
Yeah.
That could answer that.
Okay. All right.
And fill that spot. Yeah.
There's an option. Or let's see here. Digital prints, maybe signed.
Yeah, and signed. Yeah. Digital, limited print and then signed. And say, I'm not going to do any more than say, 50 of these or 100 of these. And
yeah, so there's some exclusivity.
Exactly.
And, crap, that's loud. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
I hope somebody's car's not being broken into.
Yeah.
One moment, be right back. Oh, that's the strangest thing. So I had my window open. That's why I heard it so clearly and why it was so loud. It was, a car alarm, obviously. So it was sounding off and the lights were flashing. But then after a certain amount of time, the horn stopped, but the lights are still flashing. Don't the lights usually stop at the same time as the sound?
I would imagine if they turn off the alarm that the lights would stop. Unless they were inside the car.
Oh.
And that could be.
Yeah, the lights are still flashing. It's Okay. Yeah, because hopefully someone's not trying to steal it. Excuse me. Yeah. I was just thinking to myself, I don't think I've seen it done on other campaigns, but have you ever heard of metal prints?
Yeah, I've seen those. The covers, you mean, like a gold print or gold cover or?
No, but literal metal. Like,
okay.
Do you watch the streams from the Quartering, Jeremy from the Quartering?
No, I haven't seen that.
All right. Well, he talks about pop culture and YouTubers and stuff like that. Current. Excuse me. And Twitch and whatnot and other topics. But one of the things what is it called? What is it called when you? Oh, sponsors. So one of its sponsors for a while, has been this one company that does metal prints. So you could, let's say you're into Spider-Man or Batman or Superman or Vampirella, and they happen to have in stock a metal print of it. It'll be something like either a character print or maybe it might be from a comic book cover issue,
Yeah.
but it's printed on a thin sheet of metal. And then what you do is instead of like using plastic hooks or nails and string on your wall, you kind of apply an adhesive that has a magnet on it, and then you stick the metal plate on it, and that's how you display your metal art print.
Right. Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah,
So it's probably some kind of a laser printer they use or something.
I think so. I think places like Walgreens, CVS, and Costco do metal prints.
Oh.
I haven't heard of any campaign actually do those yet. And
That'd be unique, yeah.
maybe it's too expensive. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone mention trying it either.
Right.
But it was just something that popped in my head for some reason. Yeah. So something that would achieve the kind of desirability effect, something that would be sought after, something that could be priced at a higher tier.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you could have something that's priced at 200, 350, something higher.
Yeah.
So you've got the low end, you got the mid range, and then you got the high end. And then one of the mid range options would be your featured tier, your featured perk.
Right.
The other thing, the whole reason, I went off on a big old tangent. So that's what you call making a long story long. Sky Lizard Girl says, I watched that along with Tombcast. Yeah, I watched The Quartering. He's cool. He doesn't always have faith in the ComicsGate business model, but I like it anyway. I watch Timcast sometimes too. To make a long story long, crap, where was I going with that? Oh, yeah. The whole reason I went off on that crazy tangent with the cash grab from Cecil campaign is he has a net gator, he has T-shirts, he has a canteen. Yeah. So as you build up more tiers on your campaign, maybe in total you'll have 4, maybe 5 things that involve your book, and then these extras are like above and beyond bonuses that assuming you can handle the cost of producing this stuff. Shoot, you can make use of this feature, this key feature, which I don't think is available on Kickstarter, but Indiegogo has add-ons. I could be wrong. Maybe Kickstarter has it, but I rarely ever use Kickstarter. I support predominantly Indiegogo creators. But you've got add-ons. So let's say you've got multiple tiers laid out, but as a consumer, as a backer, none of them effectively achieve the goal of what product, what merch you want.
Right.
So let's say you want original cover, you want variant cover, but you also want a second copy of the variant cover, plus you want a T-shirt, plus you want a canteen.
Right.
that's where add-ons are handy because it minimizes the number of times you have to back a campaign. It minimizes the total shipping costs.
Right.
Backer.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes it for an easier, smoother checkout process. If a backer knows up front after they reviewed your campaign, I want this, this, and this, and this, then with the help of add-ons, they can get it all done in one fell swoop.
Right.
Otherwise, as I've encountered on many a campaign, I literally have to back what I want, check out, return to the campaign page, back the other piece I want, get charged a separate shipping fee, check out, return to the original campaign page, find that last piece I wanted, check out, pay a separate shipping fee, and you get the idea.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's something to consider. Definitely. I think I can still create perks right now.
I think you can throughout the duration of your campaign.
Well, maybe I'll do some thinking on some of those things there. I think that you had some good ideas there, and I think that maybe even just make a donation perk or something like you were saying. Like some people just see something, they think that's pretty cool, and they want to help out, and so that might definitely be up the alley for us here.
There was I don't know when it kicks in or when it disappears, but there was this thing, I think it's and I don't know if it's exclusive to Indiegogo or if it's also available on Kickstarter, but early on in campaigns, I used to see where you could actually offer a financial donation. Like, let's say you don't want any merch, you don't want any product, you just want to support this creator.
Right.
You, at the very top, you had an option to, back the campaign and then input whatever monetary value you wanted.
Oh, I see.
And then that would be your donation to the campaign. I don't know if it's something creators have to intentionally activate or what that deal is up with it, or if it's something that is available at the beginning of your campaign but eventually disappears after your first 30 days of funding or what have you. But I haven't been seeing it lately at all. And I kind of think it would be cool for it to always be available as an alternative for backers. Here, check, let's return to the Chenoo. So speaking of doing a financial donation, here's a creative way to approach that. Boom. Buy Grandma beer. Yeah, pretty little picture. It looks appetizing. People dig beer. People drink. You'll find that you'll find that in ComicsGate, people, are into alcohol. People are into weed. So here it is. So maybe you aren't into comics or horror, but you think Graham is a swell guy and want to support the campaign. Then buy him a beer because God knows he needs one. Included items. Support. So check it out. It's an easy way for people to contribute. Some will back it because they can't afford a higher can't afford to back the book normally. They can't. Maybe they don't want any product and they simply want to give them support to see success. And some will back on this tier for the fun of it because it's funny. And I was one of those who thought it was funny and I got a kick out of it. I got a brought a smile to my face. So I was one of those backers.
Oh, good, good.
So yeah, look at that, 29 claimed. So that's easily $290.
$90 right there for beer money. Good run.
And it's up to him whether he's going to do. He was talking about, I don't know how joking he was, or if he might legitimately consider doing this, but he might drink some from drink them on stream, drink a bunch of them. But I don't think he drink 29 on stream.
Yeah.
That's just way too much to expect someone to do.
No. There might be a liver injury with that one.
Yeah, seriously. All right. I was going to try and show you this, but I can't do it anymore. Adventures of Kim Il-sung and Best Korea. This is from ComicsGate. He's with CG UK.
Okay.
He's a hilarious guy. I've had a lot of CG UK creators on my show.
Okay.
Anyone interested, check out my older videos. But I don't think it really jives or matches with your campaign, but he had this one tier where you buy a book to be burned in a fire.
Oh, I see.
So he did like a fire stream where anyone who backed at that tier paid to have a book burned on stream.
Right.
So, you can approach it from different angles. So
that's a good idea. That's funny. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you think it matches with your whole branding and stuff, then consider something for that.
Yeah, definitely.
It worked out perfectly for his campaign. His was pretty hilarious. So he had this other perk where Trump supporters, they have the Make America Great Again and Keep America Great on the red caps.
Yeah.
Well, ComicsGate, he had this cap that said Make Korea Best Again. So that was one of his high-end tiers. So it included a bunch of stuff, including that hat.
That's Korea, yeah.
Yeah. Now,
cool.
One of his other cool things was, I guess the U.S. dollar is incredibly more valuable than the Korean dollar.
Yeah.
So he bought some packs of bills, and on particular tier, one or more tiers, he mailed, actual legit Korean currency. So in effect, it effectively helped redistribute the wealth.
Oh, I see.
So it was definitely
ComicsGate, yeah.
It was on point, on theme. And then he did a couple other crack up things. Like some campaigns, they'll do a manga cover variant. So if you yourself can do that style of art, or if you want to, work with, another creator who is into manga, like Paula Tornielli of White Cat Comics. She's into manga.
Yeah. She
would do that kind of stuff. Raging Golden Eagle does manga, but he's super ultra busy. But yeah, so you could reach out to a fellow comic skater and see how much they would charge you to do a cover.
Cool. And that would definitely, I was thinking that some of the indie comics guys were definitely helping each other out and doing each other's alternate covers, and I was picking up on some of that. That was looking like maybe that would be an option down the road for me once I get to know a few more of them a little better. And
for sure. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
you'll see Sim doing. Let's see. I think Sim Poitier does a lot of sketch cards for Mandy Summers. You'll find 6 a.m. Comics does the artwork for stickers for lots of ComicsGate campaigns. Um, John Malin will occasionally lend his. John Malin and Frega Boom, Dan Frega, will occasionally lend their talent and do a variant cover for
Right.
campaigns.
Sure.
Let me see here. Let's jump to Super Dead. So this is Mandy Summers and Pete Gilmore. Pete Gilmore is CG UK and Mandy Summers is CG, but they are like a creative duo that
Right.
are like they've got great chemistry, so they do a lot of work together. So here's an example of a featured tier, a featured perk, both covers and 2 sketch cards.
Yeah.
So you get 2 different covers and you
Right.
get sketch cards, and one is done by Mandy, one is done by Peter. And of course, they'll have their respective signatures on their card.
Right.
So as you can see, look at $85, and their cheapest tier is $25.
Yeah.
Their most expensive tier is $400.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay.
The highest end tier, which was there was only one of one,
Yeah.
that gave you original cover art,
Oh wow. Yeah.
plus both covers and both of the sketch cards.
Wow. I see.
Oh, I will add here as well. When it comes to running your Indiegogo campaign, and maybe it's just me and me being me, but I thoroughly love it when campaigns still continue to display the tiers that sold out and just have it in gray.
Yeah.
Because for me, I get a kick out of it. I get to see what I missed out on. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, but I like to see this kind of stuff. So that another benefit of leaving that kind of stuff available but grayed out is when people see what they missed out on, then they'll all know, oh man, this stuff is trippy. I wish I could have gotten in on this tier. Then they know when you run your next campaign, they know to be more on the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like double service.
Sure.
It does double duty.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can just check out numerous campaigns and get all kinds of cool ideas.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Hey, you know, Wiz, I'm getting a little wiped out here.
Oh, I hear you. I don't blame
This
you.
has been a blast, and thank you so much. All the info you've given me and the advice, the suggestions. I'm going to take all this to heart, and I am definitely going to work on those perks, definitely, because I think you're right. I think there's probably a better way to kind of package those, and then I could probably add a few items that would, or a few perks that would, I could kind of reorganize it in a way that will allow people to, you know, make a donation like you're talking about. And I think that would be, that's a smart way to go. So thanks so much for sitting with me for so long. You're incredibly generous with your time, and just, gosh, thanks so much. For you, it must be even later. For here, it's only 10:30.
Yes,
You must be. Yeah, and I'm wiped out over here.
yeah, it's my pleasure. I mean, I literally do CG promotion because of for passion and the fact that I believe so strongly in Indiegogo ComicsGate campaigns that I want to help push them and try and do my part to help them get funded and succeed.
Well, you're definitely doing that. I can tell you have a definitely have a heart for this stuff, and it's great to see that much passion like you're talking about in this indie comics world that is really just opening up to me, and meeting people like you and some of the people I talked to last night. And like I was saying, I'll be talking to Shay the Red here pretty soon. And no, everyone has been so generous and so good. And it's an industry I'm excited to dive in even further. Hey, do you ever go to conventions and the like? You travel around? I know you're out there in Ohio. Have you ever been to like San Diego Comic-Con?
I used to. I'm a native Californian.
Yeah.
I used to live in the San Francisco Bay Area in Northern California. I used to go, but ever since I moved, I really haven't. The only one I'd been to recently was about a year ago, and that was to, I forget the name of the place, but it was in New York. I had an opportunity to travel to New York and work remotely in one of our offices doing IT. And there just happened to be a convention while I was out there. So I checked it out, and it was fun getting back into it. But I come from a history of computer conventions and comic book conventions.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love conventions. I was trying to go to one that was happening like earlier this year, but COVID canceled all the conventions.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping to maybe get to one of these conventions. Hopefully, San Diego obviously would be the big dream. To get a booth there once I get books printed, and maybe do an artist alley kind of thing, and show up there and meet people. So if folks like you and other indie comics people, ComicsGate people can show up there, I'd love to start meeting them in person and start making some friendships. And but doing this is great too. So we had a marathon tonight, but that's great.
Let me see here. Sky Lizard Girl says, "Yeah, I do love manga. I'm a bit Akira Toriyama inspired."
Yeah,
was a good stream. Thank you.
Yeah,
and I appreciate you hanging with us all this time, Sky Lizard Girl, and also for all your questions and feedback and participation in chat. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you, Sky Lizard Girl, also for the kind things you said about my work. I appreciate that. Thank you.
She says, "I've been listening to everything you guys have been talking about. I have a lot to learn still." Hey, one thing you learn quickly is, indie comics reminds me of IT. The computer industry, you're learning every day. If you're out of it too long, then then it's easy to fall behind.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, I was gonna say, when it comes to Indiegogo, I don't know if Kickstarter has the same issue, but you'll find certain things are not easily editable once you have a perk or tier up. Yeah. If at least one person has already backed a given tier, you can't easily edit it in real time and have it continue as is. Let's say, oh shoot, what's a good example?
Yeah, that makes sense though, because if you start changing it, then it's not the same as what the other people ordered who've already placed their order. Yeah, I can see how that can get sticky.
So what you got to do is you either hide that tier and create a new one, and then keep track of it in your behind the scenes business records or whatever of the people who backed at that original tier.
Right.
And then create a new one with your modifications. But I think you also have to rename the description of that tier.
Oh, I see.
So that I think it has something to do with overwriting the original name or something.
Oh, okay.
Like file names on computing.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention is, just mull it over, sleep on it, whatever you need to do, however long it takes. But don't make any sudden changes. And
Right.
by all means, get some more input from other streamers, other comic book promoters, like Shay. She's got tons of good, wise feedback.
Yeah.
And, listen to her perspective, see how she approaches things. And she'll likely agree with much of what I say. She might disagree with some of what I say.
Yeah.
But, start taking in additional people's perspectives before you make solid changes to your campaign.
Sure.
Just don't go. In other words, all I'm trying to say is don't go exclusively based on my input feedback. Because
no, I appreciate what you're saying. Yeah, I've heard some other people say some of the same things that you've mentioned tonight. So that's definitely some stuff I'll have to look at, either for the next campaign or maybe even for things I can do now. So yeah, I'm just feeling my way through this first one, and it's fun. It's a kick in the pants. I really like doing it, and also working on the comic at the same time. So it's a good time though, and it's so great to meet folks like yourself and supporters and fans and other creators and writers, and so it's a whole world that's all brand new to me. It's great. So I'm digging it though.
It is pretty damn exciting is all I can say.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Another thing.
Yeah.
You mentioned conventions.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, but you might have since you listened to EVS. He's kind of spearheading the idea of doing a crowd-funded comic convention for ComicsGate. There is going to be, it's called For the Fans Fest. It's tentatively scheduled. It was going to be May of 2021, but it's been pushed to fall of 2021, as I understand.
Oh, okay.
In Orlando, Florida. And it would be a crowd-funded on Indiegogo event. And it would include fans from ComicsGate, Fandom Menace, and Weeb Wars.
Wow.
Weeb Wars are, as I understand, fans of manga and anime.
Okay.
And it would be a convention. I think they're talking about renting a big conference hall in a hotel and booking some hotel space or making available or reserving a chunk of rooms exclusively for the convention.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's still on the table, but there was talk about anyone in ComicsGate who's actually a creator and has released a product might, if we can pull it off and if we can generate the funds, might get the cost of their table, their rented table covered.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Yeah.
And then
definitely.
There would be events like there might be, like John Malin has this thing where on his previous campaigns he was selling a T-shirt that has a certain color. I don't remember if it was red or gold of his Graveyard Shift logo.
Yeah.
And if he sees you at a convention, wherever you happen to meet him, and you're wearing that T-shirt, he'll have a beer with you.
Oh, that's cool.
So, like,
that's
awesome. Since it would be a crowd-funded comic book convention, if he sees like this big old group of people wearing his T-shirt,
Yeah.
then one of the perks or tiers of the campaign will be have beer with Malin.
Yeah.
And that might be a prereq that you
That's
have.
a good deal.
But to have a T-shirt, you would have had to have participated in one of his previous campaigns.
Oh, I see.
It would be kind of exclusive.
Sure. You're in a little club there. Yeah.
At the another one might be have a drink with Cecil at a local bar or whatever.
Yeah.
Another might be, I'm hoping, and it sounds like we might have a stage where there's entertainment, performances, like big channels will, like EVS, of course, maybe the Jack Show. I don't know if you watch the Jack Show with John Malin, Anna, that Star Wars girl, Cecil, and Kelsey Shannon. And other big shows will, and maybe, probably Nerdrotic, Doomcock, maybe they'll run their show live streaming from the convention floor. Maybe they'll have interviews live on the spot with specific creators.
Good. Yeah.
Bringing back booth babes. There's talk about a dunking tank, where someone's there sitting on the seat, a water dunk tank where you throw your softball or baseball at a target.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Drop in the water. I don't know if it would be feasible, but maybe a pie eating contest with EVS. All kinds of events, and part of the convention time might be an opportunity to hang out with some creators at like Disney World, since it's going to be Orlando, Florida.
Sure. Yeah.
So
why wouldn't they? Yeah.
Think about that. Tend to pencil that in on your calendar just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely something I'd be interested in. I like I said, I'd love to get out and meet some folks, but now I'm gonna cash in my chips right now.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of fun chatting with you, and I really appreciate all your advice. And so, thank you so much, Wiz. This has been educational, and hopefully, I'll remember. Hopefully, I remember everything that you were telling me. So, but I guess I could reference back, huh?
Well, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Watch it on replay so you can take some more notes, or if you need to. Let me just run through this real quick. Sky Lizard Girl, yeah, I'm from California, Matanui. Can you tell your state to stop being so depraved?
We should definitely go march up to Sacramento and let Gavin Newsom know. Seriously,
he's insane.
Oh man, no kidding.
Keeping everyone on lockdown, that's no way to live. I have absolutely no control with what these people are doing. Ignore that. I try to make a joke about California. Like, seriously, California sounds fucked up. Yeah, it is. But it's mostly the politicians and the poor management of the state. Okay, I don't like how people are trying to control every little thing. Yep. That's awesome. I have the stream on mute, so I can only comment on the chat. Before you leave, can you do the honor, and you got the floor. Would you share with the world how you can be found on social media?
Okay. I'm at on Twitter. I'm at Light Where You Go, LIGHT Where You Go, and or you could just look up Drew Krevi on Twitter, and Facebook. Look up Drew Krevi, or Lost on Island at Lost on Island 19, and that's pretty much it. You can try to connect with me over on LinkedIn. I release a lot of information over there. But I am limited now to the people I can actually connect with, but you can go ahead and follow me. So that was the note they sent me. So, and then of course, look me up over there, Island 19 on Indiegogo. So Thanks, everybody, and thanks so much, Wiz, for everything.
Yeah, is your LinkedIn like your personal LinkedIn, or is it actually like some kind of business account?
No, it's just my personal.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. But there's some stuff there. I put some posts up there that are kind of interesting, I think. So.
Oh, nice. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can find me on YouTube and Facebook, WyzGyz Entertainment. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Add any comments and feedback you have on the stream below the description. When you subscribe, mark the bell for notifications so you make sure you don't miss any streams or videos. And let's see, Skylar's is going to try and make more drawing videos. Also, we'll tell people about your comic. Nice.
Thank you.
And make a YouTube also. Yeah. And you can find me on Twitter at WyzGyz Tweets, on Twitch at WyzGyz Twitches, and Parlay at WyzGyz Parlays. Thank you all for participating in the chat. Thank you for being here. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who watches this on replay. And thank you especially to our very special guest, Drew Krevi. Thanks again for your flexibility and schedule. And thanks for hanging out and your willingness to answer all my questions.
Oh, happy. Hey, thanks for teaching me.
This was a blast. Thank you so very much. We are ending the broadcast in 3, 2, 1.